26, and this is a live stream. We've got primary action here, a bunch of states, 6 of them. And we're already actually underway here in Kentucky. The poll closing times here have been spread out throughout the entire evening. So, didn't want to do a 6-hour stream, but we're on here about a minute ahead of schedule. So, few people in here, I know that's good to see, and we'll cover as many comments as we can. And good to see some people in here. Here's Kentucky's fourth. This is kind of the big early one, and the poll's already closed almost an hour ago. Kentucky, they have early poll closings, and only got 5% of the vote in here, but incumbent Republican Thomas Massie, who's been kind of a thorn in the side of Trump, he's trailing Ed Galrine here with 5% of the vote in. And it looks like he's kind of done for if you take a look at the market here. 84% for Galrine. Massie is at 9. So we've got other action here. Here's the Senate primary, but it looks like Andy Barr has that one wrapped up. So way more than just one race or one state this time. So we'll be bouncing around here for at least probably a few hours. So always nice to have everybody in here. Of course, we did a stream last week, and we're doing another one this week. Not sure if there'll be another one next week. That is just pretty much the Texas runoff, which, of course, the news today is Trump giving the endorsement to Ken Paxton. So Paxton's odds surged in the markets in the final week here. So a late endorsement, but that's probably going to do it for Cornyn, the incumbent. But that's next week. Now we've got Kentucky. And of course, a little bit later, not too far actually, we've got Alabama, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Idaho, Oregon. Those two states are kind of at the end. Maybe we'll get there, maybe not. But the action is more so front loaded here. The juicier stuff within the first couple of hours. Okay, so again, welcome aboard to anybody and everybody in here. We'll see how much action we get today in terms of an audience. And as always, everybody's going to be busy, you know. So if you make time for this stream, it's definitely appreciated. There's a lot of other streams out there, I'm sure. Everybody's busy with work, school, family, health issues, any other personal issues, whatever. So making it to the stream, always a pleasure. So we've got Ed Galrine here in the lead. Thomas Massie, who is in the lead with the seemingly younger voters, the younger crowd. It looks like that might not be enough here. And I guess they do sum it up here on New York Times. Massie is facing the most difficult re-election battle of his career. He's been the most outspoken Republican critic of President Trump, who backed his challenger. Ed Galrine, a former Navy SEAL. The race became the most expensive congressional primary on record, with several outside groups furious over Mr. Massie's opposition to foreign aid. Now, without hearing any details, that might sound a little weird. Guys opposed to foreign aid. That's the bad position? But it is what it is. So Trump coming out swinging here on an endorsement. And that's what we've got. Thomas Massey, he's been kind of one of the few Republicans to in the House to vote, I guess, his own conscience. Occasionally he's kind of going against everybody, but hey, that's what it is. Uh, I know APAC is a factor here, the money, the Israel stuff, all that gonna be a factor. And this is for the Republican side. Dems have their own internal battles there going on with that kind of stuff. So only 6% in here after an hour. That's really lackluster, but it's just heating up. We'll see what we've got. Yeah, Georgia. Let's see. Uh, 10 seconds. So here's Georgia. There's action here. There is the Senate. There's governor. Senate is not going to be on both sides. That's just for the red team. Dems have Ossoff sitting pretty, waiting to see who his competition's going to be. Um, this race is kind of a mess. If you're the Republicans, you'd want to see Brian Kemp here, unopposed. That's who you'd want to see. Instead, we got three other notable enough candidates here battling it out. And Kemp endorsed Derek Dooley. And I'm not even sure what all the other endorsements are at this point, but I think Mike Collins could be the front runner. Earl Carter, that's Buddy Carter, Earl L. Carter. That's I don't know why they would put that on here. So we'll see if Collins gets this. Maybe there's some kind of late surge. Nobody saw it coming. Governor, there's action here too. We've got the Dems and the Republicans, more so the Republicans, to replace Brian Kemp. He's term limited. Um, Here we go. Kind of a battle between Burt Jones, Rick Jackson. Big race, big stuff right here. Um, Pennsylvania, that'll be coming up in about an hour. Same with Alabama. So we'll be bouncing around here. Andy Barr has just clinched nomination here to replace Mitch McConnell. Remember him? Mitch, he's on his way out after only 4+ decades. So Andy Barr is the guy, and Daniel Cameron not the guy. A year ago, I would have thought Cameron probably going to be the guy. He high profile protege of Mitch McConnell, but he did almost came close to taking down Andy Bashir in that last governor's race. But now Cameron only 28% here, but again 5% of the vote in. But it's Andy Barr who is very likely to be the next senator for Kentucky, and the Dems. The Dems do have a primary of their own, and looks like it's two former nominees here, Amy McGrath, Charles Booker. But apparently Booker is going to be the guy to get it done according to the markets. But both of them have ran and lost in the general. So Kentucky Dems cycling through some past candidates. Okay, let's see. So the main thing we'll stay on here is going to be Kentucky and Georgia. We'll see what we get here. And again, welcome into the stream, everybody. Hope it's another good one. Tina Kotek is in so much trouble. I saw her popularity dipped in some county. I'm not sure if it was Multnomah or not, but it was a significant county where her support had really dropped. But again, this is Oregon. There's a lot of dissatisfaction with politicians, but is it really going to endanger them in the general election? It's a different story. Uh, okay. Kotek has 9 other Democrats. That I wasn't aware of. We'll have to. We'll be pulling that up. Here we go. 9 other candidates. Yeah, that is a lot. But I don't know how in danger she really is. But that's in several hours from now. So we've got a lot of tabs open here today. It's that kind of night. Um, Here's Kentucky's fourth again, if you want a different look at it compared to New York Times. Prepared to be disappointed. Let's see. Is that about the Massey race? Oh yeah, if Massey loses, he'll be out of control for the remainder of his term. I mean, that's kind of like Bill Cassidy, right? In Louisiana, they could do that if they got nothing to lose and they want to prove a point. They could, but I don't know if he's going to just violate all of his ideological principles to prove a point. That might be a little bit too much. Okay, Nate, the TBC. Yeah, I did take a glance over some of the races you were writing about. I glanced over them a bit. I mean, you seem to cover it. You cover the highlights for people who want to know what's going on. That's the main point. You don't want to go too in depth for races people aren't really going to care a lot about. So, and if you're looking for California, I mean, there's so much action there. It's a big state, a lot of races, especially in the House, especially with the map redrawn. It's actually pretty tough to follow a lot of that. So, I mean, the governor's race gets all the attention. But some of the races in the House are worth taking a look at, but I can't recall off the top of my head, especially again with the map being redrawn. But there's probably a ton of other down ballot races. LA mayor, that's getting some attention as well. Rando, hello. It's been a little while, I think, since we've seen it in a stream. Okay, what do we got here? 18 people. Okay. Um, Massey should go full scorched earth if he loses. Okay, that's one way to look at it. Again, you were on the ground for Massey this past week. Okay, like in Kentucky, like campaign office, door to door, that kind of stuff. Uh, Massey gets primary. He's probably going to be. What are the reasons GOP loses the midterms? Well, I mean, losing the House seems likely for the Republicans, regardless of a House race here or there, and even so in the primary. But yeah, a lot of maps still being redrawn makes it more challenging to make any real predictions. Um, you want Mike Collins in Georgia? I think he's the favorite. But we got anything in there? Let's see what we got. Nothing. See if anything pops up here. John Ossoff and Warnock didn't get to properly celebrate their Senate win. Oh yeah, let's see. That was well, it was at least a day before that, right? That was what was the date of that? Was that late December? I mean, if they had a night to celebrate it, that's that's enough. I don't know how do they need like weeks to do it, but and how much do they care they won anyway? That's everything, right? Uh, remember when Thomas Massey was considered by many to be the potential replacement for Mitch McConnell? Yeah, I think his name was thrown around. Sure. George Washington is running for Kentucky's U.S. Senate seat. Let's see if we could get that. There it is, George Washington, 1.7%. I thought this would have been a more contested race up until, I guess, recently between Cameron and Barr. And, well, Nate Morris dropped out a little while ago, but I thought this isn't even really close. Again, only 7% in. Okay, up here we go. Mike Collins jumps out with a majority of the vote with less than 1% in. Buddy Carter at 30. Dooley, 15.8. And that's going to be Twiggs County. So outside of Macon, 14 states with no term limits whatsoever for governor. I don't know the exact number, but it's a decent amount of states that have no term limits. And I know term limits are popular, but without term limits, it does get to be kind of opens up some unique possibilities for how long people could serve. I always find that kind of entertaining to see if, how long somebody could sit in there. Not necessarily saying it's a great thing, but it's a byproduct of no term limits. We consider the safe option for Republicans in the Georgia governor race. You would assume Raffensperger. Well, I mean, I don't think Raffensperger is not going to get that nomination, but I mean, in the general, I mean, I get the Raffensperger narrative, more moderate, stood up to Trump. That's going to bring in those suburban voters, the independents. I think in exchange, he lose some of the real Trump Republicans, but I don't know how strong Raffensperger would be. I mean, yeah, he could. It's so hard to really know, but because he's not going to be the nominee, it's we're really looking at Jackson or Jones. I mean, two of the simplest last names you can ever get. Uh, I don't know if I haven't looked at it that in depth, but I would think Jones would maybe be a little bit safer. But then again, I don't know. You got because Rick Jackson, the outsider billionaire, that could have appeal, but it could also put some people off. He might be trying to buy the race. and plus Trump endorsed Jones, so there could be some tension there. So it all depends on how you want to look at it. Massey is losing. That's correct for now. Yeah, the results. We all hate it when we sit here for an hour and we get 5 or 10% of the results in a state. That's not going to cut it. Illinois, no governor term limits. Yeah, there's a bunch of states. I don't. You made a list up there. Let's see. Yeah, Wisconsin is another one. Iowa is another one. Uh, Washington. Yeah, that's on there. I mean, that's a list. You could look that up in 2 seconds. But it is fun to try to think of it without looking it up. Uh, don't judge a county candidate by its name. Did I say that? If I did, I'd like to know what I said it about. Uh, yeah, Wisconsin does not have term limits. There you go. New Hampshire, that's no. Yeah, Vermont. Let's not forget about those states. Yeah, Bland County. That was this year. I remember that. Uh, Democrats have an 80% chance of winning the House. Yeah, I think that's right around where the markets are. I would think, and yeah, I would think it's pretty likely. I mean, it could be bad for the Republicans. I mean, they got time to get it up at least above where it is now. Because right now it looks like they would be in the minority easily by 10 seats. But again, the House maps. That really does make it complicated. Bernie Sanders, new account. What happened to the old account? But yeah, I don't think you're in here the last couple, or at least last week. But usually you're in here, so that's good to see. You made it back in here. Okay, Lance Bottoms. Well, yeah, I think the question with Lance Bottoms is she going to avoid the runoff? Okay, Burt Jones is 37, Rick Jackson 34, and yeah, we're looking at runoffs here in Georgia. Okay, 61 for Lance Bottoms, assuming she'd run it up in Fulton and DeKalb and all that. Let's see. Daniel Cameron lost the governor's race, then simply moves over to U.S. Senate race. Will be a two-time loser. Well, yeah, but it more so if he gets defeated in the primary, it's it's more pathetic in a sense, but it's also less. It's less prominent. He didn't make it to the general like Stacey Abrams or John James. When you lose in the general, especially only a few years apart, that's got to sting a little bit more. Jackson's stance on immigration put me off for sure. Did he take a less hard position on that? Alabama will be interesting. Jared Hudson is surging. That race, some of these races will be we'll learn about them as we go. Because again, primary races a lot of times they're interesting for very little time, and then they're totally forgotten about by the general election. Maryland and Virginia, weird term limit rules. Or Virginia, you can only serve one term at a time. That's right. Maryland, you can serve two at a time, then you have to wait and serve two again. Yeah, I that probably might be the case in other states as well. I mean, in California, Jerry Brown did two terms, and he came back decades later, did another two terms. Um, your account got reported by YouTube and deleted. They thought you were impersonating someone. I wonder who that could be. Um, let's see. It deleted your main account. Well, that's a shame. I mean, you could have been impersonating Bernie Marino and Sarah Sanders. Same name, combine them. But shouldn't there be like an appeal with that? I would think there'd be some kind of an appeal. Maybe that takes a long time. Who knows? Brian Chavez, hello. Nebraska primary one before. Yeah, not a lot of surprising action in some of these races. That's true. But today we got a ton of it. I just wish it was all kind of closing at the same hour or two. Instead, it's spread out over 4 or 5 hours. That really is going to drag it out because it's not easy to do a 5 or 6 hour stream. That's kind of for the actual election, not a random primary in May. But again, the main race here early on is this Kentucky's fourth. Ed Gelrine is leading Thomas Massey, the incumbent Republican. And Massey got on the bad side of Trump, and he got the primary challenger. And it looks like, as of now, that Massey is headed for defeat with only 16% of the vote in. Okay. Ohio did a segment how politicians get around term limits moving from job to job. Uh, yeah, I know there are. It's yeah, Ohio is a good example of politicians just moving to a different office. DeWine, he's pretty much held every office in the state, and Sherrod Brown, he's held a bunch. I mean, this goes on and on. The West Virginia Supreme Court flips. Yeah, they all the incumbents went down. The ones appointed by Jim Justice. I'm not sure exactly how that shifts the ideological makeup, though, because nonpartisan. Um, yeah, it just those are the kinds of races you got to look more into, and it's less flashy than governor or senate, but there is some action for the state Supreme Court here in Georgia. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Um, oh, let's see. Your comment on Alabama. Let's see. Did I miss it? Let's see. What is it? I know there was somebody talking about some action in Alabama. There was a race, in Alabama coming up. Yeah, that I wasn't familiar with. I'll have to look into it as we go. I think that might have been it. So we'll see what happens when we get to Alabama at the top of the hour. You did an appeal. They didn't like it. You lost your account, but it's fine. Wow, that sucks. That's really rough. I mean, unless there's more to it, it sounds like you just lost your account out of nowhere. Yeah, Georgia, interesting primary. Yeah, because there's a good amount of action here. Maine has the same rules for being governor. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Paul LePage, he came back to do it again, and he didn't do anything. And when he lost to Mills, um, okay. Do I think Brown has a chance against Sununu in New Hampshire? Not really. He had a great race. He almost, well, pretty good. He almost won it back in, that was 2014, I think, right? Um, Scott Brown, and that was when he was more of a newer resident to New Hampshire from Massachusetts. Of course, he had that pretty legendary win for Ted Kennedy's old seat in Massachusetts. Uh, but then he goes to New Hampshire and he didn't win. But now it's like a decade later, and he didn't seem to be that strong of a candidate. They didn't get Chris Sununu as their nominee or even as a potential candidate. He declined to run, so then they go for the brother, the former senator John Sununu, and he's been leading every poll. He's seems like he's the guy to do it over Brown in that primary. But I mean, I in this environment in a federal race like Senate in New Hampshire, it seems like none of them are going to be able to beat Chris Pappas unless something happens. Something else has to happen. Some scandal, crazy campaign by the Republicans. But yeah, Brown, I think he's just kind of old news at this point. I haven't even really seen what he's been up to. But I mean, people, I don't know if they call him a carpetbagger anymore. He's been in the state a while, and he already ran a close race, way closer to when he was newer to the state. But Brown, he doesn't. I mean, winning in two different states is that's insane if it happened. But Brown already has the story. He's got the win, the Senate win in Massachusetts. Him and Doug Jones and from Alabama, they got to team up. Those are the two legends who defied the partisan makeup of their states. 6% of the vote in, nothing in any super notable counties. And I guess Kentucky is still stuck here. Or, no, actually, a little bit more came in. Let's see. This is 21% in. But this decision desk has 31. Let's see. 20,836 votes. So there is, I guess, New York Times is behind. It's interesting. Okay. Alabama, PA closing 35. Okay. Look at Trump's endorsement of Paxton today. Good sign for Rico. I think Trump made a dangerous move for Republicans by picking Paxton. Yeah, that's it. All really depends on who you ask. Uh, that yeah, it might be another case of Republicans trying to lose a race, but I think I would not say that um, Paxton can't win or he's not going to win. I would give Paxton has the edge. I think I it would be a lean Republican race for me. Um, I would have to see Paxton sustain uh, some polling deficits and see his baggage catch up to him. Again, he's already won statewide. He's been through this he's he's been through it all. So there's some element of Trump in there where, baggage doesn't stop him. Now, of course, he's not Trump, but he's going to motivate the base, probably take a loss on some voters in the suburbs, some independents. But Talarico, yeah, I mean, some of the past stuff he said, maybe he doesn't look so moderate. He doesn't look so innocent. Maybe he's not what voters are looking for in on some of these cultural issues. So we'll see what happens. It's going to be competitive, and there's a chance it could flip, but we'll see what happens, in September, October. We'll see debates. We'll see what happens with the national environment. And of course, the runoff hasn't even happened yet. That's next week. But I think, yeah, Dems are kind of salivating over this. Republicans, they're not really worried about it. Maybe the establishment kind of is. Your Lisa Murkowski types. But how many times has the establishment been wrong on both sides? It does make it more interesting. I didn't think Trump was actually going to make an endorsement. I thought he might just cop out of it or do a co-endorsement or something. But it looks like Cornyn is kind of finished there. But you think they could have got somebody else? Wesley Hunt. That would have been interesting to see Hunt, kind of a younger next generation, going up against Talarico. But this is what we've got. Okay. The person born in 2000 running for the House in New Hampshire. Heath Howard. Okay. There's so many seats in New Hampshire. So, interesting. Yeah, Talrico can celebrate Trump's endorsement. Yeah, I guess. But, I'm sure Republicans have been doing their opposition research. I mean, they've already pulled up some clips of Talrico that might scare off some people. They're going to be probably saving some stuff up. They know that they got to get through this primary. They're not going to spend too much time on Talrico right now. I know he's got time to campaign and do all that, but I think they're going to wait a little bit until we get kind of more into the summer, certainly after the runoff. John Sununu beat Senator Shaheen and got defeated in the following election. Yeah, Sununu won, then he lost, kind of like Kelly Ayotte. She won, then she lost. She won by a ton, also. Uh, Scott heard round the world. Yeah, the Massachusetts win, a Republican winning Ted Kennedy's old seat. That's not something a lot of people would have predicted. Um, Pappas, haven't heard much about him. I would think he's just fairly standard establishment Democrat, which not a bad thing to be in New Hampshire in a blue leaning year if you're looking to win. Okay, let's go back here. So Mike Collins here, 44%, but let's see. We don't have nothing nothing in Atlanta yet, but you don't know if Talreek will be the next Bill Clinton or an overhyped guy. I mean, anybody could win. That's the thing. I mean, outside of the extreme red and blue areas, sometimes the political winds they just change, and if you catch fire at the right time, you you could win. It's not impossible. The other side wants to think it can't happen, and we see that all the time. But people are wrong. Uh, uh, I mean, I can't speak to Chris Pappas's exact politics and his exact positions, but I haven't heard anything about him being it's anything outside just stock Democrat in this kind of environment. So yeah, I would say pretty standard. Yeah, not really a blue dog. I don't even know how many blue dogs are even left. You think Talrico's going to be the next? O'Rourke, Paxton will win by 1.5. Yeah, that's entirely possible. It's probably totally in the realm of what's likely right now. However, 1.5 points, that's not a lot of breathing room. That means that's going to go late into election night. And you're going to see a lot of stress in that race. If it's 1.5, that's going to get ugly. So if you're thinking if it's a 1.5 point margin for Paxton, that means if he lost by a half a point, you wouldn't be stunned, right? It's only a couple of points off. But yeah, I don't think Paxton is going to dominate the polls. I He could easily be trailing, like we see certain incumbents in certain states, but he could get it together by election day if if his baggage isn't going to drag him down. Maybe he gets it more together. I mean, again, he's won statewide. It's not like this is some guy out of nowhere who's totally untested. Of course, he's got an impeachment, he's got personal baggage, and it's not the Texas of 15, 20 years ago. But hey, look at Ted Cruz last time at 24. I thought he was going to win, but not by as much as he did. Especially after that narrow win in 18. It looked like, okay, Dems didn't get it done in 18, but next time they get it done. Well, next time he won by a lot more. Yeah, tell Rico, I mean, he's got some clips that, yeah, that's the stuff that's off putting for a lot of voters. Weird cultural takes. I mean, Republicans could have some of them, but I think those are already viewed as out there, some of their takes. But some of these takes on some of these cultural things could come back to hurt Talrico. Uh, let's see. Yeah, now it's true that they maybe they don't hurt him a lot. Maybe people separate it out. They say, you know what, I don't like those comments, but they want to vote for him anyway because that's exactly what people do with like Jay Jones in Virginia or Trump. They go, hey, I don't like this or this, but I want to support the party or I want to support the overall ideology or I want to vote against the current party. Voting for somebody, I think, is rarely an endorsement of everything they've said or everything they believe. That that's probably almost nobody. So that's what happens with a lot of the media and a lot of opposition. They point to the worst of somebody and go, you can't support this candidate because they said this or they supported this. But I mean, the answer to that is yeah, maybe you don't support one or two, three or four things, but you do support five or six things, and that's enough. Or maybe you're a single issue voter and you go, hey, it's all about this or that. Nothing else matters. Okay, let's see. Got a real close one here. Burt Jones clinging to a 1% lead over Rick Jackson. So we're looking like a runoff here. Uh, Oregon cycle is competitive for governor. In the general, well, it was competitive last time. That three-way race that ultimately mostly fizzled, and I think that's my biggest regret on my 22 prediction. I made that prediction I think 1 or 2 days out, and I should have made it 1 day or less out, and I would have changed it to go to the Dems. But hey, what can you do? Rick Jackson, yeah, he kind of came out of nowhere. He came in so late that Burt Jones already was endorsed by Trump. Rick Jackson, political outsider, but he's swapped with cash, his own cash. Um, let's see. Paxton, could he be a Robinson candidate? Scandal plagued. Um, yeah, I suppose that's fair enough. Robinson almost seemed like a cartoon character, though. And he did become lieutenant governor, but he, I don't even know what happened. I mean, he just completely collapsed into some weird sideshow stuff. And he lost by double digits at the same time Trump won the state. I think even if people are scandal plagued now, they don't view it as the end of their campaign. Now, it could, like Robinson. It was just so weird, so off putting what he did that people said they don't care about this. And plus, Josh Stein was inoffensive. But you got Jay Jones, that scandal. That didn't tank him. Yeah, he lost a little bit compared to Spanberger. And then, of course, Trump. I don't know if you could have any more scandals than that. And he won. So, scandals, it's a coin flip on how much it's going to actually hurt you. 9 blue dogs left in Congress. Whew. Not even sure I could. I'm sure we got Jared Golden. That's the one you go to. If there's 8 more, that could take a while. Henry Cuellar. I'm going to go with Cuellar. Um, it's got to be one in California, but let's see. 11th district has a chance of flipping Democrat. In Georgia here, okay, we could. I mean, yeah, in a blue wave, there's going to be some other seats on the table potentially. Um, okay, Ted Cruz had the benefit of him being the incumbent. Yeah, but Ted Cruz always had these weak favorables. His likability, it was always weak. It seemed like he's totally vulnerable, and he seemed kind of vulnerable. But by election day, then of course he seemed like he was actually a good candidate somehow based on the results. Maybe that was because Trump was at the top. This race just tightened up here a little bit. Let's go back here to Kentucky. Let's see anything happen here. Okay, 47% in. And what about decision desk? Oh, these Supreme Court races. Let's not forget about these. Okay, this has been called here for Ed Gelrein. So Thomas Massey appears to be finished with over half the vote in, and that's that. That's the end of that. So that's going to be a victory for Trump. The youth surge for Massey didn't materialize. But Mike Collins here holding the lead with 10%. Let's go back to okay, Charles Booker, bit of a lead here still over Amy McGrath. Okay. Um, runoffs. Yeah, I mean some states don't have them, but yeah, Moore is a prime example of the scandal. Cause Holy. You talking about Barrymore? Let's see. Prediction: the midterms. Dems have 26 governorships to Republicans 24. 51-49. Senate majority 220 to 230 seats in the House. Hard to predict the House. Absolutely. Um, yeah, I put out predictions for these things every month, except the House, and it's just really difficult because it's not some final prediction. Some people just freak out. They go, "What are you talking about? You don't think this is going to happen or that's going to happen?" Yeah, it might, but with the information I have now, trying to project ahead, it's not the easiest thing. Um, Out of the 9 blue dogs, only 4 are completely blue dog. Okay. Roy Moore. Oh, Roy Moore. Okay. Um, okay, yeah, that scandal. Yeah, that was the Doug Jones win. And yeah, Roy Moore was completely, I guess, just loaded with baggage. And he lost. Oh yeah, Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, yeah. Could have got that one. Vicente Gonzalez, yeah, that makes sense. Dan Bishop. I must be confusing him with somebody else because I thought he was a Republican. But yeah, Gottheimer, yeah, Adam Gray. That's who I was thinking. Jim Costa, Mike Thompson. I'm not even Lou Correa. I have to brush up on Lou Correa and Mike Thompson. But Dan Bishop. If I'm thinking of the right guy, that is a Republican in North Carolina. Oh, Sanford Bishop. There we go. Oh, is he a blue dog? Okay. His district could be getting eliminated here, right? Southwest Georgia. Couple of those seats, yeah, toss ups. Sure. Closing in here in Alabama and PA. See, we got any updates here? Andy Barr easily won the primary contest. Strongly favored in November to replace Mitch McConnell. Okay. Doug Jones. Speaking of Doug Jones, right? Yeah, he is trying to run for governor here of Alabama. And he's going to face Tommy Tuberville. So we're looking at a rematch here in the for governor, or not a rematch, but a rematch between those two candidates for a different office. Derek Dooley is in second place now. 60% in here. New York Times. It's already called for Ed Gelrine on decision desk. Um, okay, Keisha Lands bottoms. We got nothing in Fulton, nothing in DeKalb, and nothing in Chatham. But she gonna avoid the runoff. Michael Thurmond, I guess he's pretty moderate slash conservative. Jeff Duncan, former Republican Jeff Duncan. Okay, super close one here between Jones and Jackson. Again, two of the easiest last names you're gonna get. Uh, Never expected a Trump endorsement for the GOP runoff, but has come. Yeah, I didn't think it would happen either at this point. I thought it was maybe likely to happen maybe a month ago or more when that race happened, but now, um, you think Jared Golden's seat, Maine's second, you think it's going to flip to, that'd be Paul LePage picking that up? Yeah, that seems reasonable that LePage can win that seat. I mean, Republicans are going to have a ton of opportunities here. Um, Outside of whatever seats on the maps they redraw, but that'd be a straight pickup for the GOP in Maine if they get Golden's seat and he's retiring and he's not running for anything. He was going to get a primary challenge anyway, but there's also ranked choice voting. But Golden's held on, but this might be it. But Paul LePage coming back into the U.S. House, he's pulling a Charlie Crist. He's going back down to a lower office, and LePage is already, well into his 70s. But yeah, Republicans might flip Maine second. Dems might flip Nebraska second. It's kind of another mirror trade-off. Pennsylvania third and seventh. Yeah, we'll get to that. I know there's some action there. Um, at the top of the hour, do you think it's better for Dems to move more left or stay the same? New York City did well. Progressives, but massive losing could overestimate youth turnout. Plus, Steyer losing to Becerra. Well, yeah, let's see what happens with that. I think it really, I think you got to go case by case in some of these races. The Cuomo Mamdani thing, I think Cuomo was just so loaded with baggage. Maybe it's like Ken Paxton, right? There's just so much baggage there. There's an opportunity for the other side, or they're both Democrats in that case. But it depends on where you're running. I mean, if you're running in New York City, that's going to be different than running nationally or statewide in a swing state. But the easy thing I say in many of my videos, many of the streams, Dems should go to the take some more populist left positions on economics, back away from the cultural stuff associated with the left. Republicans should do the inverse. I don't think anybody's really going to do it. It seems like people just can't handle it. They have to somehow endorse the social and the cultural issues of their side, most of it, the vast majority of it. You don't get anybody pushing back hard, but I think that's what would be more successful. Take some take some economic positions. Obviously, there's a point where you go too far, or certain things might not be popular. But I tend to point to healthcare as an issue. Now, that's such a big, completely complicated, complex uh, issue. You can't really just do that locally. You have to do that nationally. I just don't think it's going to work if you try to do it in your own city or even your own state. Some states have tried, but that's a big issue that I think Republicans wipe out on. Dems have openings on, but they barely ever do anything with it either. Uh, I think Bars, Kentucky seat, the six can get competitive. I'd have to take a look at the margins, but come into play, but still not flip. That's probably a possibility. And I got to see who's even trying to pick that seat up now. But yeah, in a blue wave, you're gonna try to go for some seats you wouldn't normally try to go for. It's interesting how Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts are very blue. Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, somewhat competitive. Republicans had success in those three states recently. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the candidate, depends on the state, depends on the environment. But yeah, a lot of Republican droughts in some of those states in the Northeast. Um, Massey vote share increasing. Uh, as a cool techno song once said, "Let us not forget there is hope." That song doesn't ring a bell. Unfortunately, I mean it's already called on Decision Desk. It's called here now too on New York Times. So it's 9% here. A 9% loss for Massey. Um, Prediction markets had Rico leading Republicans after the endorsement. Now it's back to Republicans leading Rico. I did see the it flip. I didn't hear it flip back. I mean, it's got to be close, right? Like 52-48, something like that. Yeah, the markets get spooked by stuff sometimes. Thurman ran a while ago, lost badly in 10 against Johnny Isaacson. Okay. Didn't recall that off the top of my head. But yeah, I knew his name was familiar. Golden, Perez, Cuellar, Gray. Okay, these are the Blue Dogs. Oh, they're the ratings. Okay. Golden is R plus four. You can't see Republicans picking up a seat in California and Washington. Yeah, not in this environment. It'd be tough. Yeah, during a blue wave, you're surprised Democrat and primary in Kentucky is so close. Amy is outperforming expectations. Yeah, let's see if we got an update here. 28%. Okay. Booker, though, leading pretty good here in Jefferson, where there's a lot of people. So, and she's trailing anyway, 28% in. Could you see another surge in the amount of blue dog Democrats after the 26 midterms in like in 18? Yeah, you I guess you could. I don't know how you define surge, but I could see something like that happening. If Dems are going to retake the House, then you're going to have more focus be on what divides there are with the Dems. Like you see with the Republicans, what are the divides? House Freedom Caucus, establishment, progressives, and establishment could happen with the Dems taking the House. And there could be some blue dogs. Depends what happens. Depends what kind of legislation they put forward and how they set up their votes. But anybody that's considered moderate is going to be, they're going to get the heat, like Massey. Anybody that just goes against the party, it's not going to be pretty. There are ones who win are liberal Republicans. Charlie Baker, Chris Sununu, yeah. Well, certainly Baker and well, Larry Hogan. I think a little more than Sununu, but usually those types of Republicans come out and say, "Hey, I am fiscally conservative and socially moderate or socially liberal." Nobody says, "No, I'm fiscally moderate or liberal and socially moderate or conservative." Now, those are kind of generic labels. I don't think they tell you enough. People would jump to conclusions when they heard some of that, but you don't hear that balance too often. You always hear, "Hey, I am totally socially moderate or liberal." You don't hear anybody say, "I'm fiscally liberal." Uh, okay, Joe Manchin, Fetterman ticket would be interesting. Yeah, that would be kind of what everybody kind of wants, but not those two specifically. The kind of ideology, moderate stuff. But then there would be just so many people hating that you'd get a lot of Democrats saying, "Well, we can't go for this. These guys have so many. They're too moderate." And Republicans would go, "Well, we can't vote for that either. They're not in line with us on enough." So it would seem like everybody hates him, and I think that probably would be the case, especially Manchin. I mean, he's almost 80. Uh, but yeah, people abstract in the abstract they like moderates. They don't want to say no. I want the fringe. They generally say they like third parties. They like independents. They like more moderate voices. But then once anybody tries to do that, like maybe Thomas Massey here, maybe he tried to be a little bit more independent. Justin Amash, Michigan, became a libertarian. Joe Manchin, John Fetterman, Susan Collins. You get these people as soon as they kind of go against the party, then the party wants to boot them, and then their popularity tanks. But the other side then likes to embrace them, like Liz Cheney, kind of. And yeah, Lisa Murkowski. These people they get embraced by the other side because they're perceived to be a little bit adversarial toward their own party. Okay, and polls are closed now in Alabama and Pennsylvania. Yeah, Charles Booker winning. I think he's pretty heavily favored to win. The market showed that, unless it changed in the last 30 minutes. Stacey again. I think that I don't even think there is a primary for governor. I think they're the already the unopposed presumptive nominees, Shapiro and Garrity. So I think it's just down to lieutenant governor or in the down ballot stuff. But here's a big race. Pennsylvania's third. to replace Dwight Evans. Got a progressive candidate here, Chris Rabb. We'll see what happens there in this Philly district. Turnout for the Georgia races. Oh, wow. What? This flipped. What happened here? This looked like the challenger was going to be heavily favored. This was in the low 90s yesterday, and now look at this, 74%. Okay, it didn't flip. It just, well, it looks like it kind of flipped here. And so these incumbents, these are the more conservative candidates. Jen Jordan and Miracle Rankin. They're they're backed by the Dems. So I don't know what happened here. So actually, I'm not sure about this turnout because I don't even know what's happening with a quarter of the vote in. The markets completely like they got spooked big time here. So we'll be checking on this. And 98% here for Hawkins. That's okay because we've got, and you can see here in DeKalb County, the this is nonpartisan, but Jordan, the Democrat backed candidate, 63%, but it's kind of the opposite in the rural counties. So what happened here? That so actually I don't know. Is this doesn't seem concerning for the Republicans if they're actually winning this. That's an interesting race. Kind of under the radar here, but a couple of seats on the state Supreme Court that are competitive. I think there's another one that's unopposed. Okay. Uh, Senator Mark Kirk, back when he was senator of Illinois, would always say social liberal, fiscally conservative. Yeah, there you go. There's a good example. That's what you hear in bluer states with Republicans. That's what I'm sure Larry Hogan would have said the same thing. Charlie Baker, etc. Okay, 7 new updates. Regional coalitions in Alabama could be vital to Republican candidates for Senate. Yeah, Barrymore. Trump endorsed. I I think he is from Southern Alabama, and 50% to win outright. Steve Marshall, he's facing the AG. Good stuff there. Massey is defeated in Kentucky. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. Idaho coming up in a couple of hours. This could be a long night if we actually sat through all this. There's still a real close one here. Burt Jones with the small lead, about 1.5 points. Okay. Yeah, people like moderates until they get elected. There's going to be some exceptions, of course. Of course, the basis, it's completely true, right? But, again, look at John Bell Edwards. Look at Andy Bashir, Larry Hogan, Charlie Baker. These are all people that won re-election. And in some of them, it was very easily. Charlie Baker, Larry Hogan. I mean, that. How do you win by double digits there? Shapiro easily favored to win the election. Yeah, Shapiro seems like he is close to unbeatable. I don't know if anybody could beat Shapiro, but Garrity probably not a bad candidate considering whatever bench Republicans have there. But if they're going to burn up Garrity on a loss to Shapiro, I don't know what she would do after that. Okay, not you meant a comma. Okay, nice sharing your opinions. You think you decided you're just gonna watch the live stream and chat much? Okay, I don't know what happened, but hopefully, hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. Hopefully everybody's um, having a nice night, hopping aboard the stream here for a little bit of May 19th election coverage in 6 states. We're kind of through Kentucky mostly. We're just getting into Georgia, Alabama, and Pennsylvania. Then we've got Idaho and Oregon coming up. Lots of action here. Yeah, Georgia on a state level, fairly red. Maybe it's kind of the inverse of North Carolina, right? Federally, one way or the other. 4 or 5 Southern Senate seats with competitive Republican primaries. Oh, yeah. Do we got anything here yet? No. If Republican governor wants to really help their chances of winning, they should support a Medicaid expansion. Georgia still that I agree with that. Yeah, anything Republicans can do on health care would help them. Basically anything. I mean, always some exceptions, right? But people like health care. They need support with it. The Dems. That's a layup for the Dems, and Republicans could help themselves on some really low hanging fruit like the Medicaid expansion. All right. Well, good to hear the coverage is it's above average. Shapiro, yeah, he ran against Doug Mastriano. Mastriano, he was riding that base energy. He was like the next Trump, and it just didn't pan out. Who do you think is the worst candidate for each party post 2020 for governor? Hmm. Your vote is Tudor Dixon, potentially Mike Lindell, with David Zuckerman and Bob Ferguson. Well, Bob Ferguson in Washington, he's the governor. He won. Are you saying he's a bad candidate, or is there a different Bob Ferguson? But that's tough. But I mean, Mark Robinson is. We were just talking about him a bit ago. I mean, he's got to be high up there in North Carolina. That was he completely got decimated there. And Tudor Dixon, I've heard that she's been a bad candidate there in Michigan, but I don't know who is really going to beat Whitmer. Um, hmm. It depends what you want to look for. I mean, if you go to some of these, I mean, you could go Paul LePage against Janet Mills. He got wiped out too, former governor. But that race wasn't really supposed to be competitive. It's Zuckerman, who nobody was going to beat Phil Scott in Vermont, but Zuckerman, the lieutenant governor, um, Oh yeah, he lost his race for lieutenant governor. Yeah, that's what happened. So yeah, Mastriano could be an example of a bad candidate. Charlie Crist, there's an example, right? I mean, who would disagree with that? Is anybody going to jump in and say, "Are you kidding me? Charlie Crist, that guy was great, electoral juggernaut, dynamo, Charlie Crist." I have to look at the list. I'm sure there's other ones that would be in there. Hmm. Let's see. Maybe Larry Elder in the California recall. I think there was a poll where he actually led at one point, but then Dems got it together, and then nothing ended up happening. As much backlash as Newsom got for the French Laundry stuff and the COVID stuff, it didn't materialize into him actually getting booted. I think he won by the same margin in the recalls he did in the general. Okay. Do you like the Kornacki cam? Yeah, I do check that out sometimes. He goes at it. He just goes nonstop, really. I'm sure he's on now. Is he going to do 6, 7 hours of this? But he's pretty good. But sometimes he gets a little bit too into too much of a frenzy. Try to crunch numbers and count remaining votes in a county or whatever. But no, it's good. Okay, we've still got nothing here. Let's go back to something with action. Let's see what happened actually in these Georgia. Actually, we don't need this anymore. Kentucky's fourth. That's over. So interesting here. So the Republican candidates actually got it together. It seemed like they were, look at this, over 90%. So that's a great example of the markets being at 90% or more. Once in a while it's not going to pan out theoretically 10% of the time. Now, I don't know why the one race is way way closer. I would It almost counted the same number of votes. Hmm. We'll check back on that. Um, this race, I haven't looked at this for 1 second. Lieutenant governor, Republican primary. I don't know anything about these candidates. I don't think it really matters. I think it's all about Stacey Garrity taking a likely loss to Shapiro in the general. Okay, I think we're kind of Kentucky kind of over with now, except I guess we are waiting on this Dem primary here. Andy Barr under 60% now. Mike Collins, he's at about 41. Close battle for second place. Let's see. Keisha Lance Bottom, 60%. So she's definitely right now avoiding a runoff, like easily, if that holds at all. But Burt Jones here, couple of point lead here over Rick Jackson. Mastriano, yeah, yeah, yeah. Maryland, yeah. These are candidates. it just all depends on how you want to look at it. Because you know who was really even going to win in Maryland after Larry Hogan. I mean, yeah, who could have even got it within 10 points? I don't know if anybody could have. Mark Robinson literally lost an open gubernatorial primary in the state Trump carried the same year. Yeah, Robinson is up there. He could be the worst candidate. Charlie Crist got very close to Rick Scott. Yeah, but I guess technically that question was about post 2020. But yeah, yeah, Chris, he made it close. He had Fangate, the little fan under the podium. That was that 14? I'd have to double check on. Yeah, I think that was. But that was a redder wave. Oh yeah, that's what you said. It's a red wave. Gotcha. Okay. You're gonna be leaving the stream. You'll see you on June 2nd. If I'm streaming, we'll see you there. I can't guarantee I'll be doing a stream. I just don't know what I've got going on. And I might not know. I know I'm not going to be able to do every stream. I know I'm going to miss at least a couple of streams. It could be that one. It could be next week. It could be 2, 3 weeks. I don't know. But if I miss a couple, hopefully I'll be back to get one or two after that in later June. But I'm anticipating missing a couple of these. Nan Whaley didn't do well. Yeah, Whaley got totally wiped out. Yeah, and you could say the same thing. Whoever ran against Kim Reynolds in Iowa, uh, can't remember her name, but it was there's a D and a J in there. Something. I would know it if I saw it. Uh, for Georgia, South Carolina won. All right, I'm lost already. The Dem candidate had a funny looking sounding name, even though I supported her. Is that are you talking about now in the U.S. House? Bob Ehrlich had a slim chance to make it under 10. Oh, was he actually talking about running it? But he's got like multiple losses. I guess, yeah. And it's slim chance. So unlikely. Her last name is almost ranking. Okay, I could I can take your word for it, or I can try to pull it up if I know exactly what you're talking about. Really hard for the Dem side of that. Most of the gubernatorial candidates just seem to be meh. All right, I think that catches us up here as we have 17 viewers here. 28% of the vote in. Um, 22 midterms were somewhat unusual because of the handful of congressional seats that changed hands, but because of Trump's narrow unpopularity and the Republican candidates Trump endorsed. Yeah, I think a lot of that is the Supreme Court Dobbs decision that gave Dems that motivation. I think that's spiked them. Yeah, Republicans had a couple of missteps on some candidates, but I think the Supreme Court decision galvanized Dems, and that minimized Republican success. I think they would have flipped some governor's mansions. I would think they would have gotten a few more House seats. The Senate Probably I'd have to look, maybe one or two, but they got the House, but narrowly, and that wasn't enough. They didn't really stop the appointments to the courts. I think that was a big deal. That's what Dems are hoping to do if they get the Senate this time. Oh yeah, okay. Former Governor Bob Ehrlich, he was governor, and he lost to think it's Martin O'Malley, if I can recall off the top of my head. If you run for student council, if you're endorsing, I'd have to hear the entire platform, and I don't know. Maybe I don't endorse anybody. I always wonder, why does everybody have to endorse? Can't they just say, "No, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to just follow what happens." And you maybe you like a couple of things, maybe you don't like a couple of things, but do you have to make an official endorsement? Okay. But I'm honored that you want the endorsement, if that's serious. Okay, here we go. We got 24 in here in Pennsylvania's third. Okay, here's the first. This is gonna be whoever faces Brian Fitzpatrick, who's vulnerable in the general, Republican. Seventh. The 10th. Okay. Nothing in Alabama yet. 29 in here in Georgia. We're an hour and a half into the stream, so if you're just jumping in here, nice to have you in here for some more primary coverage. 6 states. That's a good handful of states here. We're through one of them. We're through Kentucky. 5 more to go, and Idaho and Oregon are really late, so we'll see how much we get into that. So a lot of action today. Also, you had Trump endorsing Ken Paxton in the Texas Senate runoff. Big news. Here's the polling for today. Nothing really that awesome here, but you do have some Texas Senate polling yesterday, and it's competitive. Abbott looking better for governor. But Talrico at 44 and 45. So he's not at 50, but it's pure coin flip. Okay, let's see the summary here is a packed field of Republicans has stepped forward to succeed Governor Brian Kemp, who leaves office after 2 terms. The top contenders are Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and Rick Jackson, a billionaire healthcare executive who self-funded an upstart campaign pushing ahead of Attorney General Chris Carr and Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in the polls. Looks like we're going to be getting a runoff between Jones and Jackson, so this saga continues. We're going to drag it out even longer. Neutrality, strong suit as always. Yeah, I think I usually appreciate that, but then I also like to throw in on some of these issues, there's a lack of neutrality on some. Who would be the strongest candidate for governor in Hawaii, the strongest Democrat in Oklahoma? I couldn't tell you who would be the strongest candidate. Well, basically, in either of those states, being the extreme minority political party. In Hawaii, I mean, there wasn't it Tulsi Gabbard's dad was maybe going to run? Something like that. And after that, the Republicans hadn't, they got no bench there. They've got nothing going on. You know, get Linda Lingle back in there. How about that? And in Oklahoma, the Dems, I don't know, they could put up, um, well, they tried Joy Hoffmeister. I think I've got these names right. Or Kendra Horn. These are the Democrats that had some success, but Hoffmeister used to be a Republican and switched to be a Democrat, and lost by more than 10% to Kevin Stitt. So if you're gonna go under that, I don't know. You're gonna just try to find somebody might have good positions or strong positions, but nobody's heard of them. Could be some state senator, state rep, but they're just too under the radar to gauge their power in a statewide race. Okay. Imagine if Republican Party got power to revive someone who's dead. Who do you think they'd revive? Are they revived at the same age when they died? Or are they revived and they're in their prime, their political prime? Because kind of changes things. I don't know. You're going to bring out Ronald Reagan and he's still in his 90s? Or is he going to go back to, landslide Reagan of 84? And everybody talks about Reagan. I don't know how he'd be today. Who knows? But Dems, I don't know. They like talking about FDR. But again, how would he do today? This is such a different time compared to when he was around that who knows what he would actually think about anything. So I would think you'd have to focus on somebody in the last 20 years just so you don't go so far back that it's unrecognizable. Um, so who's died in the last 20 years that could have strong appeal? I don't know. I don't think McCain. He already had the base turn against him. I don't know. It's an interesting question, but let's see. Coin flip battle idea. Battle of two extreme streamers, Nick Fuentes or Hassan Pike. Yeah, I try to not involve other channels like that. That I think they'd be a little bit weird, and I don't really care about those guys either. So, and that seems like it would just be like the most extreme thing I've done was probably recently was Tucker and Stephen A. Smith. At least those guys are enough in the political realm and have been talked about as candidates. But going to these other guys just seems like it's just trying to go to the extreme just to be sensational. But good to hear the coin flip battles getting some airtime. Always fun to do those. You're glad Kemp declined to run against Ossoff. Is that because you want Ossoff to win, or I guess it has to be? What that'd be an interesting race. That'd be very interesting with Kemp. Tulsi Gabbard's dad. Yeah, I did mention him. Oh yeah, probably former elected Republican who flipped parties. Yeah, that's kind of what I said. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard's dad. I can't recall the name either. Look at PA State Senate House 196. Oh, that's getting down ballot. Uh, let's see. Let's see if we could actually get that up. You think they'd have a link on here to get to the nearby race? But here we go. This is it. I dug it up, but are we looking at the other side? Is that what we're talking about? We'll come back to that. Let's see if we got anything in Alabama. Here we go. We do have Alabama. We've got less than 1% in. And Barry Moore has opened up a lead here, a 13-point lead. Linda Lingle pulled a Hogan ran for the U.S. Senate 2 years out. Yeah, she did. Yeah, that goes to show you. Yeah, governor is how the out party can win. They're not really going to win for the Senate. That's a whole nother mountain to climb. In their prime, okay. Well, yeah, Rush Limbaugh. Well, he he never really ran for anything, but I he's I don't, when was his prime? The 90s, I guess. I don't know how much appeal he'd have nationally. I don't think he'd have a lot of national appeal though, because that's when the Republicans were weak in the 90s in states, the Rust Belt states. Reagan would be socially liberal, fiscally conservative. Reagan was fairly pro-immigration, pro-gun control, supported some pro-choice stuff. I mean, yeah, a lot of people. He could. I there's he did the amnesty and but it's a different era though. You never know how people would change if they actually lived through all these years. William F. Buckley Jr. Okay, I don't know how much appeal he would have. Carter. Carter was so weak in 80. Remember when Elvis's relative ran for governor? Brandon Presley in Mississippi. Yeah, he might run again. Yeah. Oh, LBJ. Okay. It's so tough again with these people from 50 plus years ago. It just I don't know how they would what they would think about anything going on now. I really don't. I mean, nobody does. I know it kind of takes the fun out of it if you don't come up with anything. Okay. There it is. Burt Jones, Rick Jackson advanced to a runoff. So probably not too surprising, but that's what we've got. And it's going to be still not called for Keisha Lance Bottoms. And in the Senate, with about a third of the vote in, Mike Collins is ahead with 41. So I don't think we've got actually, there's nothing coming up at the top of the hour. So this could be, again, this could be a late night if, depending how long we sit here, if we want to get all the action in on the West Coast. Okay, this went back to 66% for the incumbent. So whatever's going on here, it's not what people expected. It's interesting that twice Republican presidents won re-election by winning 49 out of 50 states and getting over 500 electoral votes. Yeah, the Nixon landslide 72, the Reagan in 84, those that is almost you can't even imagine it. How could that ever even happen, right? It is really wild to think that that could happen, and that wasn't 100 years ago. Uh, I mean Johnson did have a good one in '64, but yeah, okay. Check PA Senate House 196 special. Okay, we'll see if it actually. All right, this isn't even. This is just one side of it. Here we go. Is this what we're talking about? 27% in. Okay. So this is a giant shift toward the left. Okay, but this might just be early vote. Pennsylvania usually gets a lot of the early vote in. If you, I'm not saying that's the case, but this might be the case. If there's a gigantic lead for the Dems, usually like an election day, the Dems open up with a massive lead, and then it just narrows as the rest of the vote gets counted and comes in. So we come back to that if this is the race you're talking about. So I guess we're kind of just waiting here to see if Lance Bottoms advances or wins it outright, actually. Okay, got really nothing here in Alabama. Um, okay. The Dems, I haven't followed these candidates, but we can glance at that a little later on. And we're waiting to see here what happens in the Senate. Probably going to be, well, Collins is pretty much secured a spot here, but the second spot is up for grabs. Dick Van Dyke versus Ronald Reagan coin flip battle. Yeah, I mean, it gets. I've gotten some suggestions before. I try to keep it really mostly into semi realistic candidates. Again, the stretch was Tucker and Stephen A. Smith. I mean, I but they have been talked about as actual candidates. I did that. I was on the fence about it, but I because then if you go crazy, then it just never ends. You could just start pulling up anybody. Okay, it's general. Did I pull that up? Did I get it right for you there in PA? Biggest political upsets in the last 10 years. Trump's victory in 16, David McCormick defeating Bob Casey. Uh, well, yeah, the Trump thing, but also, as we kind of touched on, actually, the Scott Brown win, that was more than 10 years ago in Massachusetts, but then the Doug Jones win in Alabama. McCormick, that was a moderate upset, I would say. Larry Hogan winning, well, actually, his first win in 18, that was a moderate upset too. It's probably some house races that have some that were significantly upsets. I can't think of them off the top of my head. Lyndon Johnson probably had one of the most successful terms out of any president. Uh, I mean, I guess he had had a lot going on. Then, of course, Vietnam. Dooley is doing well in the Atlanta metro area. I don't know why Fulton 0%. That's kind of an important county, and they've got nothing. Uh, Youngkin defeating McAuliffe. Yeah, that was somewhat of an upset. It's something, but it wasn't major bombshell. Uh, Van Dyke. Yeah, I know he's sports. I believe he endorsed Bernie Sanders. Okay, Homer Simpson versus Peter Griffin. Yeah, that's corny. That's goofy. Youngkin winning was I wouldn't think it was a given. I didn't have the channel then, but I thought Youngkin was headed to a like tilt loss. I thought we were looking at like a 1% thing, something like that. I think that's what it would have been my prediction, but that's just what I thought at the time. But then, of course, in retrospect, that you could plug in all the other dots that Biden was in the White House, his popularity was sinking, Youngkin ran a good campaign, and McAuliffe, well, McAuliffe, yeah, he had that moment in the debate about he doesn't think schools or parents should be or parents should be telling schools how to teach their kids something like that. Do I follow other countries? I actually did not see that question, but not really. I see the headlines. I check on something here or there if it's really in the news, but not really. There's so much going on here, and it's hard to really follow all this as it is. I mean, if this was like a full time career, then I would be able to follow more of it. But there's just I can't look at other countries too much. It's just not really interesting for me, and there's just too much going on here. Baker's upset in 14. Okay, it's getting past the 10-year mark though. If we're sticking to the 10-year thing, the UK. Yeah, I don't know enough about UK or whatever outside of real scattered stuff. So apologies on that one. Rockefeller versus Wallace. Okay. Yeah, it's creative. 13 was an exception. Yeah, that was that defied the historical pattern. Yeah. Or in 17. No, no, 13. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Any updates here? What's going on in Alabama? Less than 1% still. So this is useless. Still waiting on let's see. Here we go. Look at this. So now Booker ahead by less than 1%, but I don't know what the markets are showing on that one. We'd have to let's just go in blind. Let's see what happens. You remember McAuliffe constant anti-Trump talk, one of the factors that contributed to his loss in the 21 Virginia governor's race. Um, yeah. Sometimes you can overdo it. I mean, comes to mind Corey Gardner in Colorado, his win in 14. That was against Udall. I think I've got to try to recall exactly, but I did Gardner won, and it was all about abortion, 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 and I think there was too much of that, and Gardner came off as a little bit too affable, and that was enough for him to win it with the mail-in votes in Colorado in 14. You've got Joe Donnelly in Indiana also. He won that race against a weak Republican, um, Richard Murdoch, I think, in 12. So that was another kind of an upset in a sense. A couple more of them. Even Paul LePage winning his first win. That was kind of unexpected. Alabama counting like Arizona. Yeah, I know some of these states just they drag their feet. It's it's pretty bad. At least there's a couple states to look at this time. And Fulton is really taking their time here. Every state should adopt the Florida vote counting system. Yeah, Florida kind of sets the standard for actually getting you the results in time. Um, so we're still over an hour away from Idaho, 2 hours from Oregon. This is a lot of action here. Okay. Something you notice, Republicans won two major presidential elections, yet didn't do well in 18 and 22. 22, Trump wasn't even in office, but still impacted them. Yeah, I mean, Trump is going to have an impact. I mean, any president's going to have an impact. But yeah, Trump was in the limelight. And plus, this, again, the Supreme Court decision on abortion in 22, I think, is a factor. But yeah, Republicans, they haven't had a nice wave in a while, I guess. I mean, you look at 24, though, it was almost a wave. They didn't have a big majority in the House. They did, Trump won all the swing states. That's something, but there were some close margins out there. And in the Senate, they picked up Pennsylvania, but mm, didn't really get much else. So if you're looking for a real wave, they would have also knocked off Baldwin in Wisconsin and Slotkin in Michigan and Rosen in Nevada. Or Sam Brown would have won. Republicans would have picked up those three states. If that happened, then that would have been real a shock. But they got wiped out in North Carolina, and yeah, if Republicans want to have a nice wave again, they're going to have to give up the presidency, and then the Dems. It's likely these things will switch back. Republicans start winning in specials, and Dems do some stuff people like, but they do other things people don't like, and Republicans come back and they start winning some seats. Okay, 38% in still. When are we going to get full? Is it going to happen? Okay. Now, there's no runoffs here in Pennsylvania, unless they added them in yesterday and I didn't hear about it. So you're going to be seeing somebody get the nomination with under 40% of the vote. Janelle Stelson, again, going to be the nominee there in the 10th. And now this is flipped back again. Look at this market. This is wild. This is nobody could have predicted this. And I like this layout here. I guess on Decision Desk, they got the market here. They got the Kalshi market, or yeah, got it right there on the side. Okay, 1% in now. So we've moved up from less than 1 to 1%. Um, Something you noticed? Okay, I read that. Republicans won in 16 and 24. Richard Murdoch, last Republican until 26. The primary incumbent for Senate. Yep, that yeah, I did hear about that too after Bill Cassidy took the L. But yeah, Lugar probably would have won. Yeah, Republicans might be doing better in presidential elections and midterms. Okay, Trump is a wild card. Pulled off two upset victories but lost re-election. Contributed to the 22 midterms. Yeah, Trump, he's kind of the cause of a lot of the success and the problems for the Republicans, I guess. I mean, they do got two presidential wins out of it, so that is pretty heavily successful in the grand scheme of things. Sure, down ballot losses, but take a look at Obama. He won in '08, and then Republicans completely. That was like the political realignment then, the beginning of it. In the South, I mean, the Republicans dominated in 10. Then he won re-election in 12, and then in 14, Republicans had another nice one. So tough to say, what counts as success or not success. Yeah, he lost in 2020. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. And yeah, a lot of people they don't even remember a time without Trump on the ballot. He's been running for so long. It's going to be a crazy election next time. Okay. It did get a little quieter in here, even with more states. There's no predicting how many people could be in here. Again, we've had over 200 people with one state before, and then we've had tons of states, and we've had 20 people in here. So it's nothing's really. This is slowed to an absolute trickle. As now we've got the clock here in Idaho. We're under 1 hour away. Let's see what the updates are. Um, Voters in Georgia say they're wary of efforts to unseat Sanford Bishop. Okay. Collins and Carter, they've advanced. What is this? Okay. Republican primary for governor headed to a runoff. Okay. Ed Gelrine has defeated Thomas Massey. I don't know how shocking that is. It's probably a little, but not a ton. Chris Rabb. I think it's Rab. Maybe it's Rob. Progressive is trying to get that nomination there. While they, let's see, what does this say? While there were relatively quick race calls in Republican primaries for governor and the closely watched 4th congressional district, the Democratic primary for governor remains relatively close. I think they mean Senate. So that's a typo from this person here. And yeah, that's actually, what's the update? Okay, Amy McGrath in the lead, but 2% in here in Jefferson. All right, still 1%. Got a lot of counties, but nothing in any of them. Oh, 20% here, but very lightly populated. The Democrat wins in 28. Republicans have 2 wave years. Hey, totally could happen. In 30 and 34, Democrat wins in 32. Asa Hutchinson, 28. He's number 1. Okay, yeah. That name, don't hear that name every day. Haley Pence, 28. Can't think of a funny president and VP candidate for 28 Dems. Well, I think somebody mentioned earlier. You go Manchin Fetterman, and their platform would just be both of our names end with N. So vote for us. Okay. So yeah, this kind of turned into a little bit more of an intimate stream again, like they tend to do when you get not a ton of people in here, which is odd because there's a lot of action, but I guess it's getting late, depending on what state you're in, what time zone you're in. But here we are doing another stream. This could be the last one ever, or I could be tons more. Way too hard to predict. Yeah, have you seen this one here? U.S. Senate in Idaho. Look at this name. Nicholas 007 Bonds. Okay, why not, right? Manchin, Fetterman, Haley Pence, who would win? Probably Manchin, Fetterman. If Manchin at the top is I don't, he's almost 80. I know that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but he doesn't have he doesn't have much energy though. I mean, like Bernie Sanders is older, but he seems like he has energy. I mean, it's not all about whoever has energy wins. Uh, but yeah, low turnout would be low, so Dems would probably be more motivated just to get back the White House. Only 6 p.m. Okay, so West Coast, Mamdani, Jared Golden, 28. There you go. Hey, if they want to unite the party, there you go. I don't know how that would work. Dems and Fetterman. Dems are dissatisfied with Fetterman. They think he's gotten a little too cozy with Trump, too pro Israel, even though he's clearly voted with the Dems 90 something percent of the time, last I hear. But he's on a lot of the media outlets and seems to criticize the Dems a little bit more. So they've kind of decided he's not really for them, but he's going to be in office for another 2.5 years. I know everybody likes moderates or, yeah, only on the other side. Dems, Susan Collins, right? Pretty good as long as that's who they've got to deal with until they can get a Democrat in there. They'll take Susan Collins. Republicans, oh, they'll take Fetterman because he's a Democrat. So people love the other side's moderates. Their own side, then it gets a little bit trickier. All right, let's get off Idaho here. More vote coming in, but still 1%. Yeah, Democrat in name only. Yeah, Fetterman kind of. I'm not going to say he turned. I mean, he clearly votes a lot with the Dems, but he did kind of come in there as a progressive, and it seemed like he was gonna be. And I didn't see him becoming Republican friendly, Republican curious, or embraced by the Republicans. He was the guy coming in there with the gym shorts on, and Dems were like, "Look at this guy. He doesn't care about these norms. This is great. We don't need a dress code. Why does this guy need a suit?" And it was all about the politics. But now, once the politics changed, they're not going to defend anything. And not that the politics have changed, it's probably more so just a couple of issues. And I mean, he's from a purple state, but I think sometimes the Israel stuff becomes a big deal for the base. And yeah, it's interesting. It's what does it take to get this above 1%? Okay. Still slowly counting votes. Democrats don't usually use a term like Democrat in name only. Yeah, I guess because yeah, Rhino just works better than Dino, I guess. Or does he even stand to benefit from being publicly ambivalent to Trump? I think I think the I guess politics is just it's not that it hasn't always been this, but because it's such a seems like a team sport, you really shouldn't do your own thing. Even if if you agree with your own side on 9 out of 10 issues, that one issue, I think they just want you to go along with it. So the party right now is against Trump. So if he's not against Trump, like vocally or obviously, yeah, you'd think he's only hurting himself. However, his support with Republicans way up. Independents, it's kind of all evens out. He's not unpopular. He's unpopular with his base. Could be a problem in a primary, but I don't think he's not going to be voting like Lindsey Graham. You know, they might agree on two or three votes, but they're not going to agree on all this stuff. He's going to do his own thing, and he's still a Democrat. He's not like, hey, I'm not going to support anything anymore. I'm going to be my own. I'm going to be an independent. He maybe then, but yeah, Fetterman, he's an interesting guy. He usually there's one or two senators who are always doing their own thing. You had Cinema, you had Manchin, you kind of got Murkowski and Collins, you've got Fetterman. Makes it more interesting than everybody just totally locked in on their own side. Right. So hopefully these questions are getting answered. Hey, we're up to 2% here. And in case you're wondering why the U.S. House races aren't here, I think that's postponed. They redo the map, something like that. That's in the works. Uh, Republicans seem obsessed with not elected candidates they consider Republican in name only. Uh, yeah, I'm sure there's some other examples. It depends. I mean, sometimes being called a rhino gets applied to candidates where it's minimally applicable. But it depends on the state. Larry Hogan, he's totally labeled as a rhino, but nationally, for that state, that's the best they're going to get. I don't even know how much fun they could be if you're, like John Bell Edwards or Andy Bashir. You're the governor of a state where you you're just outnumbered by the legislature a ton. You're just going to be at odds constantly. I guess sometimes you can come together on some stuff, but usually there's going to be a lot of concessions by that governor because there could be a veto-proof majority to block any agenda that you want to have. Pennsylvania, swing state. Yeah, I mean Fetterman. Yeah, he's from a swing state. Ossoff and Baldwin, fairly progressive from swing states. See any states labeled? Where being labeled as a rhino by Trump can actually help you as a Republican. I don't know. I just maybe the super blue states. It could happen. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back here. Okay. Still, Fulton County, nothing. Zero. They can't get one precinct in here. Like, what's the holdup? I mean, you could say the same thing with all these other counties, but I mean, there's going to be way more precincts here, and they can't get any of them in. Let's see. What have we got for updates? 4 updates. Small party northwest of Atlanta. Supporters of Brad Raffensperger, Republican candidate for Georgia governor and Secretary of State, watched quietly as billionaire businessman Rick Jackson celebrated advancing to a primary runoff against Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. A staffer for Mr. Raffensperger's campaign changed the channel after about 10 minutes. He waited 10 minutes. Oh, here we go. Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county, will withhold its election results until 11 p.m. when a Metro Atlanta polling place closes. A Secretary of State spokesman. Okay, the precinct went into lockdown earlier today due to possible shooting. So they're not going to do anything till 11 Eastern? Oh, that sucks. The whole county? And then are they going to actually get it in 2 seconds? Or they're going to start and then it's going to take 4 hours? Well, at least we got an answer on that, so we know what's going on. So we don't have to worry about that for a little while if we're still here. 3% here in Alabama. Oh, okay, we've got Keisha Lance Bottoms now, losing a little bit of support, but still well over 50. Uh, all right, so everybody doing good here. Everybody good. Nice cozy stream. Get to answer every question pretty much, and we're due for some super chat or whatever. We're due for something like that. Been a couple of streams as the channel has struggled again the past year plus. It's amazing we're still going here. Republican House threw everything at knocking Cawthorn out for saying the wrong thing one time. I'm not even sure what he said. I can't even remember off the top of my head, but he did. Oh, is that where he's talking about the parties, the wild parties? Is that it? Let's see. Okay, let's see. If Republicans ran rhinos in a few blue leaning districts, maybe they don't have to rely on only Republican seats. Red dog Republicans. Yeah, I think, Dems are trying to run independents in red states, Idaho, Nebraska, Montana. Republicans should do that in blue states. I mean, if they want to increase their chances of winning, I mean, it's not. It go. I guess it boosts it a little bit, but it's not going to cure everything. Okay, here we go. 3%. What's going on? Barrymore, he is leading still. So we'll sit here, we'll wait, we'll see what comes in. A few races still to take a look at. Oh, yeah, let's go back here. Okay, Charles Booker now. Massive lead now. So we got a ton here in Jefferson. So that did it. So that's not going to be enough for Amy McGrath. It doesn't seem like. That's why the markets were showing Booker well ahead. He's leading where the cities are. So Booker gonna do it again. He's gonna be the nominee. And hey, what are you gonna do? He's gonna take on Andy Barr. It would seem, unless it's not finalized. Andy Barr gonna succeed Mitch McConnell. I would rate the race as safe Republican. No, I could see some of the polling being semi close, maybe Barr ahead by like 6 to 8. I could see that, and maybe in some polls. I'm I keep maybe it could even be closer. I know we've seen McConnell trailing in polls, but that didn't mean anything. He wins on election day. How did the Georgia Supreme Court result happen? Well, yeah, I've been looking at that, and it seems like it's unclear what's even happening. This race has totally the incumbents who were conservative ideologically. That's my understanding. They were heavily favored to lose, over 90%, like mid 90s. Look at this, 94. That's recent. But then it totally shot way down here to where the incumbent was favored. Then it went back, and now this race has the incumbent favored to lose, but the other race that's already been called. The incumbent won, and they were, look at that, 92% chance of losing, and it didn't pan out. I don't know why. And this is without Fulton in. There's nothing in Fulton. I guess it's just such a commanding lead. But this other race, this one is totally up for grabs, I guess. I don't know why it's way closer. No, I don't work in politics unless you count the channel. But no. Only Mike Lawler, Brian Fitzpatrick, and Don Bacon won in 24 in Kamala Harris district. Speaking of Red Dog Republicans, if Republicans did that, who do you think this Congress would be a member? Aside from those three, uh, I don't know. To make it like official, I'd have to pull up like voting records and see who's like close to the middle, because that's probably what my criteria would be. Is like who has the most crossover vote, and that's probably what I would be doing. Trying to think. I can't come up with anybody immediately off the top of my head. There's so much polarization out there, but yeah, I'm not really coming up with anything right now. There could be easily could be somebody. There could be somebody else in New York. I don't know. I'd have to think. There's not that many Republicans left in these blue states. Can you think of any political race where a candidate was a 90% favorite only to lose by 10? So they were very heavily favored to win and then they lost by 10%? I can't think of any. Certainly not in a general. In a primary, that's much more volatile. Anything could happen. But even then, I can't recall right now off the top of my head. Can you tell us, please? Kentucky until 16 Senate races have been somewhat close. Okay, I mean that decade, yeah, that was a lot of states rediscovering their political identity. So this race here, this is close. Let's see. Let's see what the market has for this. This one has, okay, Rab is at 60% here. Okay. So at some point, I guess, these voters or the market is anticipating Rab getting a vote dump here. Massey losing re-election sends a message. MAGA is pro-corruption, did not deviate Trump at all with his economic bills. Only thing he rebelled on is placing him accountable for the and the Epstein files. What about the foreign aid thing, and what about the Israel stuff? But yeah, I mean, then isn't Massey sort of like Fetterman, where these guys are overwhelmingly on their side, but maybe there's two or three things where they vote their own way, but then the base hates it. The base absolutely hates it. Both parties, they can't stand to see it. The Supreme Court election. I just took a look at that a minute ago in Georgia. Maybe Dan Crenshaw, Tony Gonzalez pre-controversy. Young Kim, okay. Yeah, I mean, some of these people, they're out. They're gonna be gone. Yeah, Dan Crenshaw. I guess. Let's see. Okay, 6% in. Barrymore leading. Still, nothing's really changed. Still waiting on this. I guess it's not a guarantee for. Maybe they're going to wait for Fulton to come in for. I mean, it's an important county for the Dems here for this primary for governor. And we just saw a minute ago that they're going to wait until 11 p.m. Eastern time before they do anything in Fulton. Hopefully that happens immediately because we've all been waiting a long time. Uh, let's see. Was Israel an integral part of Trump's campaign? I mean, I think he said he was vocal about his support of it. Now, how much did that matter for voters? That's a separate question. It's Thomas Massey like Rand Paul, the U.S. House. Yeah, I guess there's some similarities. I think I guess on the foreign aid thing. The PA Senate House 196 special election vote breaking 2-1 for Republicans. Election day vote is Dem 170. Okay. I thought I had that up here actually. 196. Is this the race or is there still another race? Yeah, let this is 196, but I is there a special in addition to this? Let's see. We are less than 25 minutes from getting some West Coast action here. 9% now. Anything back here? No. I don't. I know Fulton. We know why they're taking a while. Why are all these other counties taking a lot of time? What's going on in Bacon County? I'm sure there's a way less people in here than Fulton. So why can't they count the votes? Same with all these other ones. Well, we've pretty much covered everything so far. Again, big news. We got Trump endorsing Ken Paxton in the Texas runoff. That's next week. Again, I don't know when there'll be another stream, but I know I'm going to miss a couple of streams, I'm sure. Could be coming up, but it's a big deal. Dem's excited, but I mean, I would still think they're the underdogs, of course, but I don't expect the polling to look great for Paxton. Now, if it's going to recover, it's going to be later on. I don't think he's going to be leading many polls in the near future. This is going to be the case of Republicans feeling the pressure if they're going to come home to Trump and turn out. This is going to be like post Labor Day stuff. I feel Massey isn't the same as Fetterman because Fetterman betrays core principles compared to Massey, who hasn't abandoned core principles. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define it. Still, I mean, Fetterman. If you list the core principles, I'm sure Fetterman is still going to be lining up with most of them. But what if he doesn't line up with one principle? Then he can't. Isn't he still almost awesome? Just like, Susan Collins, if she has 9 out of 10 things that are like pro Trump, but she says in this one thing, I don't want to go with that at all. Well, isn't she still really good? But yeah, I mean, Fetterman has been on the news. He's been on media circuits, and he's been, you know, putting himself out there. But his voting record still, it's not like he's voting like Lindsey Graham. I mean, I said this like an hour ago, but And actually, I think these are the same results from like an hour ago. I don't think this has changed. This is the same 32% in it. And I was saying, is this just all um, early vote? Like in PA, you get a lot of the early vote for the Dems and the Republicans come back on election day. I don't know. But if this is the special, I think it should say special here. I don't know what this G is. Yeah, I know how these counties count. I'm never gonna know unless somebody somehow actually knows. Maybe Steve Kornacki knows. I'm sure he's still going at it. Let's see what we got here. 9 updates. That's a ton. Tuberville Jones rematch is official. Okay, we barely talked about that, right? So we did talk about it though, but that's what everybody expects. Mr. Tuberville crushed Mr. Jones by 20 percentage points 6 years ago and enters the general election campaign as the clear favorite to succeed. Governor Kay Ivey, a Republican who cannot run again because of term limits. Even if she could run again, would she run again being over 80 years old? So, yeah, that's an interesting dynamic just because it's a rematch, but in a different race. I think isn't Tuberville and Jones aren't they about the same age too? We're looking at like early 70s, I think. Rick Jackson headed to a runoff. Okay, with Kentucky, this is what we saw. Additional votes reported in Jefferson and Fayette. Booker has taken a wide lead over Amy McGrath. Okay, so I think that race is, yeah, that's over. Now it's called for Booker. So the Booker Bar matchup, the Bar Booker matchup. So however you want to put it. And this is still trickling in here in Georgia. Buddy Carter doing better in his part of the state. Or should I say, yeah, oh, no, they added the Buddy in. Before they just had Earl L, which was crazy. But he might not even make a runoff. Derek Dooley, that's the Kemp candidate. And I think Trump did not endorse in this race, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we're really waiting on Fulton, which is going to take a while. At double digits in Alabama here. Kornacki is the GOAT. Yeah, I mean, after this channel, of course, right? Uh, Present company excluded, I think. Last count, Fetterman voted with Trump 25%, which is much less than Senate Democrat in term. One who voted with Trump being Manchin, 62%. I mean, I think on the most important stuff, that I would think, like healthcare and such, I think Fetterman would probably still be into most of that stuff. I don't think he abandoned his entire philosophy again to vote like Mitch McConnell or something. Jones and Tuberville are the same age. Yeah, I guess I was right. I wonder if anybody's ever in a major race, like statewide, governor, senate, whether they were born on the exact same day and the same year. Shapiro's lead in votes is nearly 300,000 over Garrity. But those two are the presumptive nominees, right? I don't even, there's, and Chris Rabb has taken the lead. Uh, okay, I think we're pretty much caught up here. Oh, wait, let's go back and take a look at this Georgia Supreme Court race now. This is totally wild stuff. The one is called, but so this is, I guess this is so far, this is a disappointment. This is a rare disappointment for the Dems. They've had success in Georgia, Public Services Commission, and some specials, but this race was supposed to be the the liberal candidate cruising, and they didn't. They lost. And they could possibly lose both of these seats, which is surprising. So if you were betting on this race when it was over 90, 94, that would have been an opportunity to make some money. Or this race, this was 92. So Rab looks like he's got this nomination, the progressive candidate to replace Dwight Evans. Looks like he's heavily favored to win now in this Philly district. And here, this is the Brian Fitzpatrick seat. Robert Harvey, not too familiar with some of these candidates. Robert Brooks, I think he's the firefighter. He's got that one, and then Janelle Stelson got that one. So let's see. Okay. Manchin in Trump, term one, voted Trump 62. Susan Collins, term Trump one, vote 65. So fairly close. Okay. So let's see. We've been going almost 3 hours. Hopefully, whoever's here is enjoying the hangout, the community stream, getting these results, trying to cover a lot of ground, answering as many questions as I can. Okay, Barrymore is still 12% in. I thought they would not have had a majority, even if they flipped. I Thought that was my understanding. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. But what happened in those races? I mean, what went on here? What the Dems, or I should say, the liberal, not nonpartisan, liberal candidates backed by the Dems, they seemed heavily favored in the markets. I mean, it wasn't like 75%. That's favored, but this was over 90. That was completely stunning. So what happened? So Idaho races to take a look at. Hmm. I don't think there's really anything too exciting. Get rid of some of these tabs. Okay, let's pull these up. So let's see. Brad Little, he's running for re-election. There's no term limits. He's going again. And I'd be stunning if he even got close to losing, but you never know what could happen with independent candidates, etc. You don't have Ammon Bundy running in this one. Jim Risch, there's a guy. I'm not hearing about him every day. He's getting up there too, and age. This could easily be his last term. Okay. Looking at Keisha Lance Bottoms numbers, it seems down ballot messaging is lacking for Georgia State Dems. Okay. Georgia, just on a state level, staunchly red, but, well, oh, structurally red, sorry. Um, Partisan pundits have some victory to point to. Republicans, Supreme Court wins. But that's not enough. I mean, yeah, that doesn't just cancel out all the other momentum of the Dems. And plus, the one race way closer. The Dems could win the other Supreme Court race. And we're coming up to 3 hours. 3 hours of streaming. So I think this might be an opportunity to take a quick 1 minute break, approximately 1 minute. So let's do that real quick. Okay. So we're now about 5 minutes away from some more poll closings. Again, if you just got in here, welcome to the stream. 3 hours, May 19th, 26, 6 states. We've got action here. And we're waiting on a little bit here. Kentucky pretty much in the bag. Georgia, a little bit outstanding. Fulton County, they're going to take until 11 p.m. Eastern, I think it's Eastern, to get any results. So that's kind of disappointing. I think Mike Crapo in Idaho may retire after 5 terms. You know, I once you get to be a certain age, or yeah, 4 or 5 terms, there's a good chance you're kind of done. I mean, those guys are getting up there in Idaho. If especially if you've seen my video on how old are your U.S. senators. I mean, I would think almost anybody's going to retire. I thought Susan Collins was probably going to retire, but she's doing it again. It's got to be her last, I think. But you never know. Some people they do Chuck Grassley, they'll go 90. They'll just stay in there forever. Patrick Leahy. I wanted to see how long he was going to go. He could have did the elusive 10 terms, but he decided he's had enough. So I don't know when we're going to see, if we're ever going to see a 10-term senator. I mean, Chuck Grassley, I guess, but he's got to win a couple more. And that's really pushing it, because you got to get in there when you're super young, like under 40. And then you got to sit in there for 60 years, or at least 54 years. Kentucky, huh? I don't know if I've heard that. They voted in an APAC candidate, voted out Massey. You know, I think Trump just has a lot of pull, I guess. And when it's a two-way race, I guess Trump still has enough sway. And I haven't really watched the ads. Maybe the smears are just so insane. It can be really wild out there. But Trump, I guess almost anybody, they want to get people in line. Nobody is satisfied with somebody getting out of line. I mean, this is what happens in politics. It's probably happened forever, but we notice it now much more so. Remember Dean Phillips challenging Biden, and Kennedy challenging Biden, and they didn't even want to acknowledge them. Like, it was persona non grata. They just can't handle that somebody would challenge this the power structure, the current power structure, and that's what happened. Everybody, then these people are all just gone in the next couple of years. It seems like. Yeah, Grassley getting to 10. I mean, if he got in the Senate a little earlier in the 70s, that would have been something. But I mean, I guess he's apparently been in office since the 1950s, elected office, which is completely wild. But, he had some time in state politics and in the House, the U.S. House, before advancing to the Senate. And he didn't get in there, old, but he didn't get in there young enough to really do the break any records. Getting 8 terms even is like, he's up there. He's way up there. He's in his 90s. Okay, let's see. Did this? There we go. So this is what we were talking about. So yeah, the early vote extremely blue, and then what? The election day vote so red that it's now tied. And what is this? This is a district. Let's see that Trump won. Let's see. Let's refresh this. Trump won by a ton. Is that where we're at? He won by 33. Okay. So then it would be expected that this is going to go red by the time the rest of this vote comes in, but it's going to be a blue shift of like 15 or 20 points probably. Okay, Idaho. Here we go. Let's see if anything pops up. Patty Murray getting up there for you. Yeah, she's been in there a while. Her um and Christine, I can't even think of her last name right now. Christina. Yeah, it'll come to me. But they've been in there a long time in Washington, both of them. Let's see. Oh, no, Maria Cantwell. That's that's the name. I think I was thinking Christine Gregoire, Gregoire, the former governor. That's what I was thinking. If I've got the name correct. Yeah, Maria Cantwell. I had this to see. Yeah, they've been in there a ton. And in Oregon, there's another hour to go. Oregon. Anything going on here? Joe Ray Perkins. She already ran for the Senate and she lost. Okay. Republican blowout in Georgia Supreme Court elections. Future Red Eagle politics video. Republican barely with Trump plus 30 district. Trump's doomed. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it's all about. I guess maybe that brings in the views. Maybe that's what I should be doing. I mean, just make a total satirical, farcical video here because this is all everybody does. Everybody just, and maybe they all know what they're doing, but they know that they're just got to talk it up to get the views. Or maybe they really believe it. I don't know. Okay, 9 updates. Anything good here? Collins is headed to a runoff. Okay. Bob Brooks, yeah, firefighter, retired firefighter. Charles Booker, progressive, former lawmaker. Fulton County Election Board chair said the county decided to keep two Metro Atlanta precincts open until 11:02 p.m. What is that? What happened to 11? They got 2 more minutes after police activity in the area forced a 4-hour lockdown. Okay. And there we've got Collins advancing. But for some reason, he doesn't advance on this one. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back here. And now the incumbent here has regained the lead in the markets. I don't know what's going on here. But it is interesting here if for yeah, Dems, if they did not win these seats, if these were competitive and Dems have been overperforming, if they couldn't win a race here for the Supreme Court, but they could get an insurance commissioner seat or public services commission. Okay, Jason Ritchie is your Republican nominee for Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania. And the other side has gotten a little bit more quiet, and but we're still streaming. We're here. We're here for the fans to cover the results for the people. Uh, make an April Fool's video giving a totally ridiculous election prediction for the 28 presidential election, and in 27 pretend to justify it. Well, that'd have to be next April. I mean, I could do that. It depends. Doing something like that. Uh, I think it's debatable on how hard you sell it. Now, if you do you present it satirically, like are you winking the whole time? Do you have that the tone where it's self aware, or do you sell it where it's like dead serious? You're like, hey guys, I gotta tell you, this is my serious prediction. I think I think Charlie Crist is going to be the nominee for the Dems in 28. I've been working this out. Hear me out. He's going to be the guy. He's going to become mayor of St. Petersburg, and then it's all going to line up for him. I mean, do you go super hard or do it depends. So I don't know how much more we're going to do here. I mean, we've got Oregon coming up, but again, Oregon, the polls could close and we could be sitting here for another hour. I mean, this turned into like a full blown all night election stream. Okay. Let's see. Anything else? Nothing with Idaho yet. So I mean, we'll try to keep going for a bit here again. Not many people in here. It's not a lot of motivation, but Maybe new people could show up. Okay, yeah, I don't know. The April Fool stuff, I know it's people made suggestions. It's tough for me to do because, yeah, again, selling it, how hard do you sell it? And you're the last one here. I mean, there's a few people here, but yeah, everybody's lurking or they went to go get something to eat or whatever. It's kind of disappointing. Yeah, 4 years of the channel, and we can't even get, you know, 10 or 12 people in here for a stream. Oh yeah, and also the Fulton vote it should be coming in at 11 or right after because it hopefully it pours in and then we could just shut this thing down. But that's not going to be for another 50 minutes. And we've got more people, couple more comments. Yeah, this is what it's all about. I mean, is this when you got the stream up? Is this the only stream you've got, or do you got 7 other streams going? That's the question. Do you got it on the split screen? Do you got audio on multiple streams? Is this the only audio? Or some people probably have me minimized in the background. Okay. Well, hey, you gotta go. You gotta go. But have a nice night as always, and we'll see you if there's another one. But anybody else in here, of course, this is the time to get your questions that are relevant answered. 26% of the vote in here. That's pretty slow. So 63% in, 727,000 votes. 60% in, 741. So we got Dems here with more votes, although Fulton outstanding still. Okay, Dems. Wow, they didn't even have a picture for this person in the lead. Everett Weiss. They couldn't dig up a picture for the front runner. That's that's funny. Okay, Idaho. How long are you gonna make us wait? And now this Republican candidate here is taking the lead. So yeah, it's what I said earlier. The early vote, which was still skewed very heavily for the Dems, even in this very blue district or very red district. Sorry, it's finally coming back toward the Republicans. Hey, welcome back. Nothing really new. I mean, we're waiting on Fulton County coming, should be at the top of the hour, and no real call. Well, this race, as I was just talking about, yeah, this was all early blue vote, early mail ins, whatever. Now Republicans have finally gotten a handle on this thing. And the Supreme Court race, now this is heavily favoring the incumbent again, the conservative candidate. That's so crazy. And nothing yet in Idaho, Pennsylvania. A couple of insignificant calls here. Chris Rabb going to be the nominee in the third super blue district. And we're waiting here on Alabama. And Mike Collins has advanced in Georgia, except he hasn't advanced on this screen for some reason. Keisha Lance Bottom still not guaranteed to get over 50 and avoid a runoff. Waiting on Fulton County. And Charles Booker is the nominee in Kentucky. For the Senate, he's going to face Andy Barr. All right, what have we got here? Let's see. Georgia's so weird. Seems like Republicans on a state level, but shifting blue. Well, I mean, but Dems have made gains in some statewide races. They had the Public Services Commission. I think that's the race where, yeah, they've had flips, they've had gains, and they almost won it in 18 with Brian Kemp against Stacey Abrams. That was really close. Let's see. Don't give up hope. Well, I mean, I appreciate that, but what can you do? You know, when you've been doing it for so long and you've done everything the same, but everything goes in the other direction. It just defies all logic. It's really demotivating. It's not like it had a bad couple of weeks. This has been a bad year, more than a year. And it's really unexpected how everything's dried up. And again, I'm not doing anything really different at all, doing the same variety of content. All right, let's see here. Even as Democrats in Georgia wait for the outcome of their primary and the governor's race, they are relishing the expensive and bruising showdown between top Republican contenders dragging on for another month as they head to a runoff. Okay. Yep. Successful night for Trump. Thomas Massey, Burt Jones. Okay. Yeah, that was all not extremely shocking. 30% in, 31 in here in Alabama. Okay. Part of the problem is even if you don't want to, you have to diversify the content and appeal to what people want. Well, define diversify the content. I mean, there is a whole variety of content on here. I mean, it's all politics. It's got the random games of the coin flips, the spinners, got predictions, got polls. We've got covered all the primaries. I've covered all redistricting. Looked at a ton of different races. Looked at ads. There's a ton there. Covered a whole ton of different stuff. I still do cover almost everything, but I don't pull up a news story and go on for 20 minutes about my own opinion of it or whatever. That to me seems a little tedious. I don't think that would. I don't think that would bring in a lot of views. I've done some commentaries in the past, but those videos don't really. They never really did much. You always hear, stay consistent. That should win out in the end, but not really. For a while, it was doing fine, but it just somehow stopped on its own. I think it's really just kind of a mystery, honestly. I mean, there's a couple of small factors you could point to that, yeah, there's not after an election, things might dip. I get that. But not to this extent for this long. Okay, anything, nothing in Idaho. So about 41 minutes away from getting Fulton County, and that should give us all the answers in Georgia. Still a couple of question marks. Okay. Alternate history scenario where the members decide what happens so that way you get engagement and community interaction. Well, I mean, here's what I'll say to that. I mean, I've done enough alternate histories in the past, and I've got another one in the pipeline, but those never really brought in a ton either, and they do take more effort, and they're so hard to make because I hate where it's pure speculation. You could take almost any two candidates, and I could just make up whatever I want. I could just make a case for this side or that side, and I don't really want it to be totally. I want it to be there's going to be some that you're going to have to make up, but I don't want it to be the bulk of it. I'm just completely making up. Now, as far as the community engagement, I've done a lot of suggestions people have made in hypothetical matchups. I've done a ton of those before 24. I would guess if I'm still doing the channel after the midterms, I'd do more of those. But I did a ton of, I had made a list of people's suggestions and I went through almost all of them. And on the coin flip ales, I've done most people's suggestions that are within reason. So I've done all that. It's just, and it has to be something that I can make that's not going to take up so much of my time. It has to be something I'm kind of interested in that also could bring in some views. So there's a lot of things that have to line up. Sometimes they have. I've had a few videos take off out of nowhere. They just, caught the algorithm or whatever. But it hasn't happened in a long time. I could do the more sensationalized titles, shocking this or meltdown that. But that's not really what I do. And the thing is, whatever I've been doing it for a long time. That should be enough to catch on. I shouldn't have to just emulate everybody else and go for the shock factor. Right? I mean, I know I always appreciate feedback, but there has been there's a ton of variety out here. I mean, I've taken suggestions, I've put enough effort into it where I have, and I don't want to put more and more effort when already what I've done has gone the other way. So it's hard to sink more time, more effort, and to go in the other direction. You never watch coin toss spinner videos, but you watch the shift videos. Okay, so you're talking about you don't watch the coin flips or the spinners, but you watch the shifts. Well, yeah, there you go. The shifts. Yeah, that's another series that covered tons of shifts. So yeah, there's usually at least one or two videos for anybody interested in politics, and there might be one or two that don't do it for you. There's a whole lot of variety here. That was my goal. I think I accomplished my goal of having a good amount of variety. Keep it serious, keep it light sometimes. Informational elections videos. I mean, I think I've done all that. I mean, I've looked in depth at a lot of the battleground states. I've covered past election results. And I mean, I've done so much. I've looked at all the redistricting maps again. I've looked at the fair maps. I've done tier rankings. I've looked at the candidates for 24, a little bit for 28. It's all on there. I mean, there's over 1,500 videos. I mean, there's something there for everybody. Some of these, not too bad, these videos. Some of them are a little weaker or a little older, but they all can't be gems. You don't want to spend 4 hours making a 6-minute video. But some of these do take research, and that's the other thing that takes. It can be a time sink, especially if you're going to take 3 hours to make a video, and you know that it's only going to bring in 230 views. That can be really disappointing. I tend to be concerned about, yeah, the titles and keywords and thumbnails, that somehow it's just off a little bit where that determines everything. But I still should be catching the algorithm. I mean, this has been going on for a long time. Yeah, the community stuff too. That's like another point. The news and the polls, that could be something I've been concerned might be costing some views. I've heard some people, a couple, say that there's just too many posts and they don't want to subscribe because of that. Like they're getting too many alerts or something. So I'm not sure what that's all about, but I've kind of tried to cut it back on that a little bit. I don't want to. It gets annoying trying to post 4, 5, 6 news articles every day. I try to, if I'm available. I mean, sometimes I'm not even around to do it, but if I'm here, I'll put up some that are notable or that I care about. Some I don't care about, but I keep the polls are the main thing. I try to put up the poll every 3 days. Put out a poll, and I like those. I've been doing that for a while. Okay, yeah, Mr. Beat. I mean, he's fine. He does his thing. I don't want to rip him off. I don't know what he's doing now, but I'm sure he's doing similar stuff. You're back. You were at the Massey event. Okay. Well, I was wondering, yeah, what happened? I think it took off. You second the diversity of content. You have the voice, appeal, and knowledge to be a big tuber. Well, I mean, I've heard stuff like that over the years, but I mean, it just hasn't led anywhere. I mean, there's a lack of, and people suggest collaborations, all that stuff is good, but it should still be successful on its own given the consistency at this point. And yeah, there's promotions, but then that's a whole nother thing. I hear that goes nowhere. There's all these little tweaks, with the keywords and the descriptions and all the socializing, the social networking, and there's so many things. But even if you don't do any of that, is that a lot of people I remember they said early on, they're like, you just keep going with it, you'll catch that algorithm sooner or later. Well, not really. So I mean, who knows? Maybe it's some little tiny thing that would open the floodgates. And I know channels have ups and downs, but this has been going on a little while, kind of a long time, where it's a down point. But I enjoy making the content just enough to keep it going. That's why I want to focus on videos that I enjoy making, because there's no fun in making a video that takes a lot of time that you don't really enjoy and nobody's really going to care about. You got to line up on a couple things here. It has to be quick, or it has to get a lot of interest, or I have to be interested in it a lot. Primaries before the general election, where scandals take place in global events. You know, I don't know. even after the 20, I mean, I've used to cover some more news events. I've covered some of them. I covered a couple shootings. I covered some Supreme Court decisions, made some commentaries. And I mean, after the 24 election, I know I did some more where why Trump won, why Harris lost. Those videos didn't do anything. I think, and also not being, just being an audio only with no on screen personality, that could be a factor. But still, again, it shouldn't be this bad. But I don't know if people want to just sit here and see some news, a news article, and hear somebody ramble on for 5 or 10 minutes. I mean, I've done them, and again, by now, I think I would know that if they did bring in a lot, that I would keep doing them. I would have a lot more of those videos. I try to do what works as long as I enjoy it and can do it. So sometimes a video is caught on, and then I make the next one, and it doesn't do anything. And I'm not, and not exactly getting a lot of emails or people reaching out saying, "Whoa, we love this channel. This is so fantastic. You got this or that, and maybe you should, you know, join them or something." Or I haven't really gotten that. I wanted to hit like 10K, but I wanted to do that like a while ago. Get 10K, then I'd feel like, okay, maybe we're up a little bit to you know, to the next level, maybe. But still sitting here with 5 point whatever K, it's been so unsatisfying that I stopped even really checking the stats. And 10K just seems out of reach. Even getting to 10K at this point, kind of feel like I, almost should have done that like some months ago. Okay, now they've confirmed Keisha Lance Bottoms, former mayor of Atlanta. She has advanced and she's actually won it outright. She's going to be over 50, avoid the runoff. She's going to sit back and watch Rick Jackson and Burt Jones duke it out to be her opponent in November. Now, is she the next? Is she? I've heard she's Stacey Abrams again. She's just not going to be able to get it done, but she's going to have to run on her record. She's going to run it up clearly in Fulton County. But hey, look at 2018 again. Stacey Abrams almost won. Brian Kemp barely hung on. Okay, I was going on a bit of a speech there, missing some of these comments. I used to do community poll recaps. I did videos every month or so. I went over all the polls. Those videos did nothing. So I stopped making them. Don't go for the shock factor. Find what makes you special. Why people should watch you instead of others. I mean, I know I hear you. I thought kind of done that. Keeping the variety up. Generally, I respond to a lot of comments, not as many as I used to. It just became a little bit too tedious. But the comments on videos, I don't really respond to many on the community tab. There's just too many. Let people go at it on there. I know people suggested doing a Discord channel, do this or that, and I've answered all these questions. Again, I wanted the channel to get a little bit bigger and see, but it's kind of slowed down so much. Even and people, where's this? The super chats, not really there. The super thanks, I got more of that stuff 1 or 2 years ago. The channel members, all that kind of stuff. Kind of going full disclosure here on the stagnation of the channel. But yeah, that stuff's been really light. Tier list of governors, senators by party. Now that kind of thing. I mean, I've done similar, but I'd have to do it in a way where I'd have to figure out the parameters and the criteria, because I'd have to do top governors that Republicans like, or top governors Democrats like. If it's just top in general, or top that I like, well then that gets kind of away from what I would normally do. And I like to usually present what I think both sides think of the given situation. And then plus sometimes, I don't know if other channels admit that they're not familiar enough with something, but I mean, if I'm going to make a video on something, I generally want to know a pretty good amount. And sometimes it's like, I only know a little bit about this, so I don't know if I should make a video. So I don't know. Maybe maybe that's being a little bit too honest. Being completely blind, it's difficult for me to make my articles look good. Well, I mean, the content should speak for itself, and you've got your content covering the primaries. That should be good enough. I mean, I don't know if you need to add any pictures or whatever, but I don't think that's a big deal. You like the series where each state explain the battlegrounds for 26. I put out a video today, a top 10 upcoming governor primaries. So that's sort of in that direction. And I probably, yeah, I might go back through each state again. It's been, a little while, take a stroll through some of these states. But I know when I did that series last time, it just took too much time. It can't take, 3 or 4 hours to make a 7.5 minute video. It's just too much time. So I mean, I have to cut it down to less time, and hopefully people care about it. And some of it gets repetitive, but I know some people haven't seen the content before. They're not familiar with every county, and they're going to hear the data multiple times if they've seen a bunch of videos on the channel. But it is what it is. And I mean, I've done the deep dives on all the major races. I did that 4 years ago. I mean, I would guess I would do that again coming up for the general election. But again, I'm gonna have to cut those videos down. I can't make a 9 or 10 minute video for every major race. It's just too much time. Because I mean, I do go through them all and I edit everything, and that takes time. It's way easier to do a stream, just sit here and talk, and I don't have to edit this out. Now, there's not a lot of exciting stuff to look at just sitting here on Alabama, but I much more prefer to do the streaming where I don't have to do any editing and I don't have to do any elaborate presentation and minimal research. But not a lot of people show up for this. I always said I would eventually try to do like a regular stream, like once a week or something, if the channel was really going, but that didn't happen. Yeah, I always wondered, yeah, maybe I just put less effort in, just make like 3 minute videos, spend 30 minutes making it. Who cares how sloppy it is? And who cares how repetitive the data is? Maybe that's what people want to see. Maybe that brings in more views because the high quality or the higher quality and more effort stuff that doesn't translate into success. So maybe you go in the other direction. Similar thumbnails can work for people. Sniper Wolf. Yeah, maybe the thumbnails. I mean, that shouldn't be like this deciding factor. It's not like I got a blank thumbnail. Do a video of recapping primary results when they happen. Does that mean? I mean, I put out a recap video after each primary. Is that what you're talking about? I mean, I should put one out tomorrow. I did last week and the week before. Charles Perallo does polls effectively, and that's what makes him famous. Less news article, more subjective discussions. You like the channel, you want it to thrive. I hate to like say that, like shoot down suggestions because I do like feedback, but the pushback is I generally considered most of this and tried different things over the years, and it hasn't panned out. That's the thing. I mean, early on, yeah, I was getting suggestions, or actually, wasn't getting anything early on, but eventually you get some suggestions, made some tweaks, tried some things, and not a ton of success. So I have tried a bunch, and at this point, I'm just continuing the identity that I already have on here and keeping the consistency up, providing a variety of political content for people, and that's it. And I'm trying to not take as much time so I can focus on other things in life. You know, if the channel ever takes off again, then I can make some adjustments, do more streams, or see what happens. You hop on the train in about an hour to head back to Virginia from Kentucky. So you went there just for the Massey event, it sounds like. Instead of every day uploading a couple times a week, sometimes it takes value away when you upload several videos a day. Well, yeah, that's another point I could talk about. Have I do one video every day now. I've put up two before the election last time, a few days, and I put up three several times in 22 and in 24, and that did nothing, which is bizarre. You think that that should do more than nothing. It did nothing. And if I go down to less videos a week, well, yeah, that would be something that I've considered that because I've done, well, first of all, there's been at least one video up every single day for 4 years. So I think that's impressive. There's been some really wild, close calls, times where I don't know how I got something up. It's been crazy, but I haven't missed one day, I think, since May of 22. And I always got a few now stockpiled in case, I've got stuff sitting there, but going down, cutting out videos a week, I don't even know what I'd cut. I'd cut out the coin flips. I guess people seem to like those the least, but I do like the little bit of randomness. I find that to be kind of exciting. And I don't know if that would help or hurt me. It's a good question, or it's a good thing to bring up. I do have the X account linked. That is there. I post my videos every day on it, but I don't do a whole lot else on there. I do fairly minimal on there. It's just, again, there's only so many minutes in a day, and you don't want to burn out. Uh, something could be missing. Again, I don't know. Again, it could be something weird with the keywords, the descriptions, the titles. That maybe they have other social networking that helps them. And maybe they're just so fantastic. I don't know. Maybe they promote it. There's other things they could be doing, but even if they're not, again, I think there still should be a certain level of success just with the consistency for so long. You really like the live streams, and that is how you found the channel. Well, that's good to hear. How long ago did you find it? Was it recent, or was this before this year? You're generally pulled in by up-to-date controversial news and flashy clickbait image on videos. Human nature, I think. Yeah, the clickbait stuff, I've done it a couple times, but even then, they didn't really help. Shocking poll results or whatever. And doesn't that get old doing that? Some people do it on like every video. And then the other problem is if you do the clickbait, then you get in some of the comments and some people say this sucks, this is clickbait, and that gets a lot of upvotes and the video gets downvotes. Maybe overall people still check it out, but some of these clickbait videos, thanks for the hearts, they get hit. they get exposed as being clickbait. It goes to show, having integrity, not doing the clickbait and the sensational stuff doesn't work. I gotta go through these comments a little quicker. Actually, I gotta take a quick 1 minute break again. I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, so get back to the comments here. Okay, variety in the thumbnails. Well, the thumbnails, yeah, those that is something that sometimes it takes time. It's hard to make some of these, and I'd want it to be good, but sometimes it's tough to figure out how to do it, and then that could overlap with graphic design, and that's another area that you could spend time or money on. And I want to just get something up, and I do try to keep similar style with the thumbnails. And even if they're not super flashy, it's still, again, should still that shouldn't crush the channel, right? Okay, Republicans trailing Dems 36,000 in Georgia. Yeah, I did point that out a little earlier before Fulton County. But yeah, but what happened with the Supreme Court races? What happened? Why did the Republican candidates, the conservatives candidates, why why are they going to be reelected or retained? That's that's what I don't understand. And I was never one to be big on primary numbers myself. And look at this, about a 20% shift here and swing in this district. So again, Republicans got to be hoping that they get enthusiastic about turning out in November, because this is not going to do anything. If this is what they're up against, then they're going to lose Iowa. They're going to lose Ohio, and Texas even. You can't be losing 20 points in a Trump district. And for whatever reason, Idaho is still sitting here, and we're only about 13 minutes away, 12 minutes from Oregon, and hopefully Fulton County. Take risks. Well, yeah, I hear you. I mean, I've taken some over the years, and it got me to where I am now because the risks haven't do much. They just didn't do a lot. And then yeah, here we go. Stop questioning. You're doing great. The content does speak for itself. Well, I appreciate that, but then the counter to that is, why is it not translating into more positive numbers? I mean, the metrics have stalled out or even regressed noticeably over the past year. I mean, it's bizarre, really. You're in a mildly popular Discord server, and I could try to see if I can get you a few subs. Okay. I mean, yeah, as long as it's organic and they're genuine. I mean, I don't want to have people come in just to do it and they don't care and then they unsubscribe 2 weeks later. That's pointless. And yeah, there's, considering doing a Discord server, but that's a whole other thing. Again, I didn't think I got to the level of wanting to do that yet, and I don't even think I have enough time to even run it. There's a lot of other things happening outside of the channel. I know we're talking about the channel, and that's what we're gonna talk about, but there's a lot of other things in life, and it can be tough to even think about the channel sometimes. Yeah, when in doubt, focus on what you want to. Now, yeah, that's the key. In the end of the day, you gotta like what you're doing. You can't force yourself to do something you don't really like. That's not gonna work. So that's why I kind of think I'm at that point where I've got enough variety and putting out one video every single day. Even if you don't like Monday, you might like Tuesday. And some of the videos I've spent the most time on to make, doing research, crunching numbers, trying to work on presentation or graphics or whatever, and they've just done nothing. It's really disappointing. It makes you want to spend very little time making a video. Thumbnails are generally deciding factor for you 9 out of 10 times. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's other fact. I mean, I guess sometimes people will only watch a video if it has thousands of views. They don't want to click on a video that has 60 views, even if they like the thumbnail, or it depends on the likes. And I would probably, I mean, I understand the thumbnail having an impact, but if it's something I was curious about or wanted to see, I don't think I would avoid it unless the thumbnail was like totally terrible. You got a person to sub. Okay, well, that's great. I I hope they're genuinely interested and they stay interested for a while. But yeah, I mean the subs are good. I was getting subs and it basically stagnated. Then the watch time went down, the channel members, the super chats, every metric didn't do anything. So I mean, there's a lot more to getting subs. I mean, I could have 100,000 subs, and it doesn't matter unless they're actually watching the content. And there's other metrics that are kind of correlating with it. Um, oh, actually, there is a super chat that I didn't even see. Well, that's great. Appreciate that. I always enjoy getting a super chat. I will. I'll answer that now because I just saw it. And what is this spam? I gotta. This is got a lot of spam here, so this is not gonna work. Okay. As a last resort, would you ever go full partisan? Well, I think I think that's probably not even totally out of the question. Like just burn it all down before you do that. Just go crazy. But going full partisan, what does that even mean? It would just be like a lot of it would be what I've already expressed on the channel. It would be just saying more of that, criticizing the cultural left or the economic right, just to really go super general. That's what it would be. And yeah, I would just probably at that point just not even read any comment, just get on there, put out a few videos, go on a semi rant for a few minutes, and see what happens. But then again, then you'd run into the thumbnail again, right? Maybe I have a great rant, but what am I going to put up for a thumbnail? I mean, I don't. want to get into graphic design and don't want to use some AI slop. And then, so it kind of limits it. But, it's not a bad idea if you're just going to go out guns blazing. And in some way, again, would rather do commentary because it's easier. I'd rather sit and do the talking, not do the editing, not do the thumbnails, not do the descriptions, not waste my time uploading, putting it out on Twitter or X. It just gets really tedious. I think the making the content, that's satisfying. The rest, the editing and all the prep, that's boring. That just drags. Okay, so I appreciate that super chat. Let me go back to where I was. Actually, is there anything in here in Idaho? Nothing. So what's the point of closing the polls if you're not going to count any votes? Hopefully, we'll get Fulton in here in about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, we're highly polarized. Right now, you're being neutral. It's a narrow road. It's hard to do. It's easy to question. But your perspective is unique and it's one that's not common. Yeah, you do hear about that, but then I thought people technically do want neutral. Don't they complain, hey, late night, it's all one sided? And they want to turn on like Steve Kornacki and get the results. They want it neutral. They don't want to hear some one sided thing, right? So there is a desire for that. And there's enough people out there already going one side or the other, right? Isn't there? There's enough people who are hard left or hard right or whatever they do. Isn't that already totally sucking all the oxygen out of the room? I don't know how many people just like covering the results. But the benefit of having less people is you get to read basically all the comments. That's the benefit. So it becomes a more intimate affair. People want to feel and validate. You don't offer that. The integrity of your content is key to your future. Do what you must. Enjoy creating and focus on that. Well, I mean, I can do validating on the streams if people have. I usually can understand most people's perspectives, at least where they're coming from to some extent. Even if I don't agree, most things I could generally understand their perspective. I enjoy doing that. You came out here for the campaign in Kentucky last Monday night. Head back tonight down to South Carolina about 2 weeks. All right, and throughout all that, you're here for this stream. That's impressive. Make a community mock government. That's, I don't know what that would lead to. Uh, you think the neutral stance limits some of the content appeal to a larger audience? Well, I did kind of address that after the super chat. Yeah, but yeah, does YouTube need another channel that's a partisan cheerleader? Is that what people are craving? Because I thought that it's flooded with that. Thomas Massey should consider a run as an independent. He, hey, it's not totally out of the question. He could be a spoiler if he wants to run for governor. Maybe he could. Something could happen. It depends if he's out for revenge. I haven't heard his concession speech. I don't know. Is he like out for blood or is he like, does he wish everybody well? Okay, look at that. 55 seconds to Oregon. I don't know if there's anything super juicy here. Not really in the Senate. Well, the general election, I mean, Jeff Merkley is going to win again. He's been in there a long time, too. So has Ron Wyden. Washington and Oregon, they're senators. They've just been in there a while. Yeah, you want Massey to run for governor next year. Okay. I focus on yourself. What you would watch. You'll never go wrong. I mean, I appreciate the vote of confidence and the motivation. I get it. And that's technically not a bad thing to say. But eventually, like I said, it does run up against, you want a little more success, especially if the success has completely stagnated and you haven't done anything different. So when it was going okay, it was never going great, but when it was going okay, you figured you'll just maintain that and it'll continue. Maybe it keeps going up, maybe it dips a little, but you wouldn't think it stops completely. That seemed totally out of the question. Idaho is going to be insane. What are we looking at in Idaho? Let's see. Still nothing, but this is a pretty red state. I mean, it's up there. I mean, maybe in 30 years it turns purple due to the different migration patterns. Who knows? Anything could happen in 30 years. But I guess there could be independent candidates running here. Could be a spoiler or could make it more interesting. Yeah, it's another thing about different channels. I mean, again, I don't know how many. There's probably. Oh, here, look at this. 40. Look at this. Look at Oregon. You got to tip your hat right here. We get 2 seconds in. They're at 47%. Meanwhile, Idaho's been closed for an hour and they've got zero. And the, Oregon just pulled a Florida right here. Now they could totally sit on this 47 for the next hour, but I like this. This is promising. Okay, and we've got David Brocksmith. I haven't really looked up a ton about him. Joe Ray Perkins, of course, ran. She was a nominee to for against Ron Wyden in 22, I believe, and she didn't do anything. Yeah, but all the channels, there's probably dozens that have regular content. I don't know how knowledgeable everybody is on their channels. Maybe some people don't know a lot; they just embellish. And I don't know everything. There's plenty I don't know. You can't know everything about politics. There's just too many people, too many races, too much history, too many stats. But I don't know where the credibility or the integrity of the channels rank for the knowledge. I'm sure Mr. Beat is up there because he's more like highly technically informational. I'm sure he prepares all his stuff rigorously. We're over 4 hours here, by the way. You used a couple of my videos for hyperlinks in your articles. Well, that should be fine. It gives more exposure to the channel. Barry Moore, is he a Democrat? No, he's a Republican. He's backed by Trump. I don't know how dedicated you are to keeping your channel PG 13, but maybe some out of pocket commentary would be good. Maybe not even that. Drew DeMille is family friendly and is great. I'm not familiar with who that is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can always go super blue, but that might be another problem for getting ads. But yeah, that's something else I've considered. I have considered that. I've got there's some other content that could be entertaining, but you know, it wouldn't really fit into what I've got going right now. But the non-edited talking rant is surprisingly interesting. Well, that's what I find it more enjoyable. It's real, you know, it's realistic, and it's not gonna say it's like totally unfiltered, but you know, it's what it is. You suspect people say they want neutral, but subconsciously enjoy one-sided content. I think they do want one-sided, but I thought when it comes to just the elections, they just want to hear what happened. They don't want to hear Steve Kornacki go, "Here's the results, and I love it." They don't want that, right? Or here's the results, and I'm so depressed this candidate lost. They don't want that. I, just for the results, you want to just hear what happened. That's what I would think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I find it entertaining to see some videos where people have meltdowns on elections. I mean, I'm sure there's so many out there, but it's always can be fun, I guess. But then if you're not super partisan, then you kind of can't be in that position. If you're really one-sided, you're not going to really look totally embarrassed. Or you could only look totally embarrassed if you end up having a bad night. If you're kind of toward the middle, well, it's hard to have, a ton of embarrassment. Okay, Idaho's in. Oregon comes out with 47. They came out swinging. Idaho comes out with this. This is 1%. This is like a bunt back to the mound, and Idaho or Oregon comes out with like a triple. If you want to throw in a sports metaphor. Uh, Drew DeMille is geography political channel that does memes, games, country balls. It's a bit of everything. The country balls. I don't know what that is, but sounds like a little bit of everything, kind of like my channel, I suppose. Your phone froze for 20 minutes. Oh, you gotta, yeah, you gotta have consistent Wi-Fi. Sucks when it goes out. Yeah, on the train too. Yeah, trains and planes. All right, so we're still waiting on. Okay, did we get Georgia? Did we get Fulton? No. Let's go back here, see what we've missed. 9+ updates. Tina Kotek wins. Okay, Tina Kotek. Yeah. I guess all those other candidates didn't do anything. Okay, we've got a runoff here. Dakari Lariat and Everett West. I think I got that name. I think that works. Derek Dooley is leading Clark County. Democratic leaders denounce a party candidate as anti Semitic. What have we got here? Maureen Galindo left and Johnny Garcia, candidates for House District 35 in Texas. Okay. Accused Republicans of propping up candidate Maureen Galindo and said her language was disqualifying. All right. All right. So we're waiting here on Fulton County. And remember Nicholas 007 Bonds. Looks like he's not going to be the next governor. Tina Kotek, 85% here. So she knocked it out. Christine Drazen, 44. Let's see. Chris Dudley, only 16. What happened there? There was that poll that came out the other day that showed Dudley. He made up a ton of ground, but he's not even gonna. He's not even gonna get in second place here. He ran and he was the nominee. He almost won. 2010, I think. We'll say it's 2010. So he's back and he's not doing anything. Okay. Montana Senate House Republican primaries looking a little intriguing. Yeah, I got to take a closer look there at some of those races to replace Zinke. I know Dems have a lot of candidates. Favorite band, music genre. The totally unrelated questions, I usually don't get into that much because I just think it kind of just detracts from what I'm going for. I know, yeah, you can go for the human argument, right? Makes it a little bit less robotic. I get it. But I think I could give you actually, this answer could be it's only going to answer some of it, but it fits with the channel. I think here's what I don't like. Now, again, this isn't like 100%, but it's more so. Not really, not a big fan of country or rap. There you go. That fits with the channel. That'll please everybody, right? That's a nice middle answer, but it also partially answers your question. So there you go. But yeah, the unrelated stuff, I try to just focus on this topic for the most part. So yeah, if they, if they, you're gonna have to live with that answer. Apologies though. Quick rundown of the primary votes so far. Well, I mean, I could give you a real quick. I'll probably check out the video tomorrow on the recap. But the main thing here is, well, Ed Galryan has defeated Thomas Massey by almost 10 points in this Kentucky's 4th district. And it's Andy Barr with a clear slam dunk nomination win over Daniel Cameron. He's going to face Charles Booker in November. And in Georgia, we're looking at Mike Collins advancing, but it's still unclear. Oh, we do have Fulton County in, actually. Dooley, 45%. So we do have Collins advancing. It's going to be Dooley or Carter. And they're going to face John Ossoff in November. And you've got Carter running it up in his part of the state. And then you've got Keisha Lance Bottoms. She avoided the runoff. She is going to be the nominee for the Dems for governor, potentially succeeding Brian Kemp, who's term limited. And then she's got to get through either Burt Jones or Rick Jackson, and they have to go to a later runoff. And that, I think that is late next month, but I have to double check on the dates, the exact date. So this is kind of what we expected. Jones and Jackson, and Jones is in the lead now. So where the Raffensperger people gonna go? Where the Chris Carr people gonna go? And okay, actually nothing in here in Fulton for the Dems, which is odd. And in Alabama, Barrymore is going to advance. And we actually, it's getting close here between Steve Marshall and Jared Hudson, who I'm not even really familiar with at all. But in the general election, going to be safe, very likely to be safe. Chris Rabb here, the progressive in Pennsylvania's third. He's going to be the nominee to succeed Dwight Evans in this Philadelphia deep blue district. And a lot of this stuff is pretty unexciting. But what is exciting, maybe, is I guess here we go. This Georgia State Supreme Court seat. There's 3 seats that were on the ballot. One was unopposed, but these 2 had competition, and the 2 conservative incumbent candidates did prevail apparently, which is kind of counters the narrative just at least a little bit for the Dems overperforming in Georgia in special elections. They certainly have, but they didn't do it here, and the markets were showing that the non-incumbents, the challengers, which would have affected the ideological makeup of the court, they were heavily favored, the liberal candidates, but here we are on election day, the incumbent conservatives have prevailed, which is really unexpected. One of these races way, way closer, but both of these seats, this is a massive blowout. And this is with Fulton. Fulton is 91% in. So this was, I don't know what happened here, but this kind of shocked everybody going by the markets. So Republicans have some success here in this, the Georgia Supreme Court. And let's see. So there's a quick rundown for you, but still take a look at the recap video tomorrow. It's going to be the same thing probably, or I mean, similar. As great as you are, you're visionary. Keep creating. Okay. Would you consider joining the channel, supporting it in any way? I mean, I think that might be another thing. I don't know how. I think I generally don't talk up subscribing or supporting the channel just at the end of the video. Some channels, they talk about it, the beginning, the middle. I'll mention it during, streams if I'm on here, over 4 or 5 hours. Why not mention it 2 or 3 times? But some people really hype up the promoting the channel in their own video. Smash that like button, whatever everybody says. All those standard lines. Old Town Road, yeah, I can't comment on that. I guess that does sound familiar, but I think I'm probably thinking of something else. But Jeff Merkley here, he clinched it. I think he did that a while ago. But I think, yeah, Republican side, who's going to lose to Jeff Merkley? Is it going to be David Brock Smith? Is it going to be Joe Ray Perkins? Or is it going to be Brent Barker? Oh, Brent Barker, whoever that is, he's in the lead in Multnomah. So now it's so blue, not as much Republican vote in some of these other counties, but still ton of population. There's going to be a lot of Republican vote regardless. Interesting, yeah, kind of a 3-way race there. Actually, a 4th candidate over 10%. Okay, for the Dems, David Roth is your nominee to take on Jim Risch for the U.S. Senate in Idaho. For governor, it's Terry Pickens. 70%. She's the nominee to go up against Brad Little, the incumbent Republican. He's running for another term. There's no term limits here. And some of these governors are getting a little bit old. I don't know. I can't even think off the top of my head who's the last governor who actually died in office. Maybe it's somebody really obvious from like a year ago, and I'm just not thinking of it. So we're kind of done with Idaho. We're really through it all now, pretty much. Yeah, Georgia. I don't know how red it's going to be in November. I really don't. That is a winnable race for the Dems for governor. They've got the Senate already. Seems when there's a nonpartisan race, voters who are undecided about the race just vote for the incumbent. Yeah, I think there's exceptions to that though, but I hear what you're saying. And why was the one race way wider? You think if that was true, it would be a similar margin for both of those Supreme Court seats. Ike versus MacArthur coin battle will be both entertaining and realistic as they both actively seek the nomination. Although it has to happen is Ike run as a Dem instead, which he considered. See that I do appreciate suggestions. I don't want to shoot every suggestion down, but I try to keep it like modern enough where it's like two candidates. I mean, I've done some coin flips from back in the day. I think I did a oh man, what did I do? Lincoln versus Roosevelt or something? I don't know. It's something crazy. And I don't think people don't want to. I don't get a lot. I don't. The views don't go up for that. They might even. I think they go down. At least from my experience, it's just so outdated. People already don't even like it. Some people they think this is pointless. What's the point of this? And then you take some candidates from so long ago. People don't even half the people aren't familiar with them, and it becomes even more of a reason not to tune into that video. And plus, I'm not really a big fan of it myself. I try to keep it as modern as I can, even though I get it, it's not for everybody. Those Supreme Court races, yeah, threw it for a loop, but I think it's just a temporary speed bump. I don't think that changes the whole narrative. I think Republicans are still on the defensive by far. However, it is embarrassing for the Dems, I guess. They couldn't get that done at all. And the markets, that tells you everything. Over 90% favored. The Frank O'Bannon was the last one. Oh, Frank O'Bannon, Indiana. Yeah, is he the last one in the U.S.? Yeah, so it's been a long time. Oh, and I didn't even read that one above it. AI says governor to die in office 2003 Indiana. Territories excluded. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, where would we be without the AI? We wouldn't. We'd have to look that up somehow. But yeah, so that has been a long time. I don't want to say we're due, but if you like the coin flip battles, you like seeing odds, like real time odds changing. I would think that no governor's dying in an office for 23 years, kind of a long time. Maybe that's the is that the longest it's ever been in the U.S. Maybe that's an active streak, longest ever. Do I do shorts? I've done a few shorts, only a few, and you could take a look at the shorts tab. Those took me time to make. It's hard to. again, spent a lot of time making a short. And they didn't do that much. I had fun making them because I wanted to present that data. So again, that's a key thing. I don't want to make a short. I don't want to spend 3 or 4 hours making a video if I'm barely interested. That's just not going to cut it. But I made a few shorts and they're there. But some of the videos I made probably could be done as shorts, but they don't, shorts just, it's even less watch time unless it really took off. I've considered making a few more, but what's the right thing to make? And the ones I've made, it took me, they didn't take anything making a 1 minute short. It'd be great if it took 5 minutes, but they took hours. And we're back up to 20 views. Yeah, 20 people in here, and I gotta take a quick break. I thought we were gonna end this, but ended up getting into some deeper conversation here. So, but we are probably gonna wind it down soon. We've been going here 4.5 hours. This is like a complete midterm stream. So I got to take a quick brief break here, and then we'll probably get on the home stretch. And while we're on that, let's put on. Let's see. Okay, this race. We're still waiting on this race. So I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, where were we? Personal question related. Well, which election did you first vote in? Well, I, I hate to cop out on you, but I don't really want to get into that one. Uh, I have to just leave it at that. My apologies, though, but I get what you're. I get it. I get it. But I made up for it with that half music answer, so I think I redeemed myself a little bit. Don't YouTubers usually just clip existing parts of their vids and repost on shorts? Some of them, I think. Let's see. I don't know why. Why did Alabama take so long to count here? And why is Idaho only 10% in after an hour and a half? Let's see. We got most of the action done. So probably could lighten some of these tabs. So yeah, I don't know why this one Supreme Court seat is so much wider. I mean, if it's nonpartisan and people aren't super familiar with the candidates, what's with the gap? Okay. Uh, with you knowing the answer to that without AI, does that mean you know too much about politics or that you're truly autistic? Well, I mean, so you actually knew that off the top of your head that Frank O'Bannon was the most recent to die in office. That is impressive to know it off the top of your head. I probably could have come up with him dying in office, but I would think there had to be somebody after that, right? There's been lieutenant governors, right? Lieutenant governor of New Jersey, right? She died in office. That's one. That was not that long ago. That was like a couple of years ago. So that is something, but that's lieutenant governor. And of course, Senate, all that stuff. But governor, yeah, it's been a while. Who'd you expect to win in 16, 20, 24? Well, let's see. I mean, I've got the channel evidence of 24, but 16, I mean, it was hard to not think that Hillary was going to win. I mean, the polling showed it. Almost everybody said that. And it was hard to think that wasn't going to happen. It's hard to really go so far against the grain when all the data at the time, most of the data, it looked like she was going to win. And Trump had the scandals. I mean, he's always had the scandals. But, I think I don't think we were prepared to see somebody just blow past the scandals. So, yeah, I would not have thought Trump was going to win. I don't know exactly by what margin or whatever. That I'm not sure of. In 20, it seemed like I was expecting it to be narrower, which it was. That the polling showed Biden really winning by a ton, and he ended up winning it pretty narrowly. So I thought Biden was, it seemed to be so far ahead that I don't know how Trump could really overcome that kind of a deficit, and he didn't. And in 24, of course, I did predict Trump winning it, but that was close. I mean, it's coin flip stuff. I don't think there's any shame if you thought Harris was going to win, unless you thought she was going to win by a ton and Trump had no chance. Then I think, come on. We've all seen predictions where it's like Harris, 350 votes or whatever, or they can't imagine Trump winning at all in their wildest scenario, and it's like, come on, you can't possibly imagine. He's already won it. He almost won it again. You can't imagine him winning it at all. Try to connect without getting too much into your political beliefs while trying to stick to the main. Yeah, I hear you. I totally get it. I mean, I I get it. We're on the same page. Certain stuff I'm not gonna want to get into, and that's it. It's a lot of stuff's fair game to ask. I mean, if it's half related, that's probably fair. But answering some of it, yeah, I don't know. Got certain boundaries, I suppose. Is there some possibility Georgia GOP dumped all funding into one specific court candidate? I don't know. I guess it's possible, but even that having that much of a margin seems crazy. But even if that was the case, the markets were very similar. They both showed over 90% for the liberal candidate. And usually the people who are putting their money on the line, they kind of look into it more. They kind of know a little bit more about the race, so they didn't even see it coming. Idaho results usually come in about 2 hours, 2 hours and 20 minutes. That specific, 2 hours to 220 after, since almost every precinct is very close in the primaries for the Republicans. Okay. Uh, Rationalist or an empiricist? That's that's. I don't know if I would consider myself, broadly speaking, in one of those sides. I guess I would. I don't know. I wouldn't consider. I would not self-identify as that. I have considered myself in the past to be a realist, but again, that was, I don't know, if I'm going to self-identify, I'd have to apply it to specific scenarios, because a broad label, I don't really like broad labels, especially when I think you could kind of massage these words, these terms, depending on how you want to look at it, because there's going to be some subjectivity there. But I mean, I like empirical data if that nudges it into the imperialist, empir, empiricist. Excuse me. I gotta blow up this chat, like pop out, make it bigger so I can read it. Because right now this setup, it's not the best setup to read these things. That's why I have to lean over to read these comments. Let's see. How did polls miss so bad in 16? Then do the same in 20 and 24. Seems like it'd be easy to recalibrate after 8 years. Tons of data. Well, because I think everybody has these vote models, and I think people, there's ultimately going to be some guesswork on who's going to turn out, of which demographic, how much of them are going to turn out, and there's guesswork. People base, they have their models and base it on the past results, what they think it's going to be, but at the same time, they don't really know who's ultimately going to turn out. Now, given the margin of error and their sample sizes, that should generally make it so there's not a big miscalculation. But if it's 2, 3, 4 points, there's always a chance they just missampled the electorate. They just misread who's going to turn out. And the Trump era it's, excuse me, it's been unpredictable for a lot of the actual voters turning out. So I think that's why it's been off a bit. But yeah, it's been off. I did do videos on that 16, or yeah, I think I did a 16 video on the polls. I did it in the 20 polls, or I know I did it in 20, and I think I did it in 24. I did. I know I covered the worst polls. I mean, one of them at the top is that Seltzer poll in Iowa. That thing was a complete dud. The Harris plus 3, 47 to 44. What was that about? It just, and then it makes it actually just hilarious that she retires right after that. I know she was had it in the works or whatever, right? But I didn't know she had it in the works until after the fact. It wasn't like, hey, I'm retiring after this election, like a year out. It was like, oh, after this poll, yeah, I'm leaving town. It just seemed kind of, it seemed hilarious. But yeah, that was a terrible poll from a great pollster. So that's crazy to see somebody have that big of a miss. Okay. Trump has higher Trump base has higher propensity to not respond to polls, and there's no way to measure to what degree they don't respond. That's true. Locke and Descartes. Oh yeah, this is getting into some philosophy here. So Believe in knowledge of truth and not trust the senses. Mach believe in tab- tabula rasa, where no one is born with ideas. Okay, that yeah, that is that's gonna get a little bit, I guess, off topic, but I mean, but there was no question in there. uh, Not trust the senses. I don't know. Some of the stuff, yeah, it gets abstract too, or I don't know what to say about some of it, at least in this context. FBI tamper with Georgia results. Okay. Always wonder what left right leaning pollsters have to benefit from making their polls lean to their side. Wouldn't that dissuade votes for their side? Yeah, I think I get that too. That is, I think that's relevant. If you show your candidate in the lead, people might think, "Hey, I don't need to turn out. I got this thing in the bag." But the other thing, I think the more important thing about pollsters is I think I would think they have an incentive to be correct because then their reputation is going to suffer and people won't take them seriously in the future. People won't want to use them or fund them, commission them for a poll. So that's what I think is more important. That if you're going to be terrible on a poll, you might not be around for the next election because nobody wants to use you. You've already totally damaged your own brand. Okay. Let's see. What have we got? We're down to 13. Yeah, we're probably going to cut this here pretty soon. I know we've had actually pretty good rambling on here about some different things. As I try to read most of these comments, pretty much all of them, as long as they're um, relevant. Dems 150K votes ahead of Republicans in Georgia. Has to be the nonpartisan metric causing so many weird results. But why are the two races so heavily different? Why why is this race 2 points and why is this one 18 and a half points? Who's going to go in there in a nonpartisan race and vote for one, and then the other race they're going to vote for the other, the non-incumbent or the incumbent? Uh, Philosophy, I think, is fair game because the founders used both men as influence by forming the country as they were part of the Enlightenment. I mean, all that's not uninteresting. It's not unimportant, but I just don't know how much I can add to it. It's not my expertise or whatever you want to call it. Not my forte. Um, so yeah, I don't have a lot to add to that, but I think I think we know where we're at here. So we'll probably have to do a recap video for tomorrow after doing a 5 hour stream here almost today. That's, this does take a lot of time as other things in life, as I've said, and there's more important things out there. I'm sure we all can relate to that than seeing what's going on in the Alabama primary here. But we are waiting for second place here. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Hopefully, everything gets resolved in the next hour or so. But we are going to have to wind it down here. So hopefully, this was a pretty good stream for everybody out there. hopefully we answered enough questions, covered enough ground, had a good super chat. That's great. And I don't know, maybe this is the last video ever. Maybe it's all gone. You come here tomorrow, the channel's gone. It's up on cinder blocks, tumbleweed blowing by. You've never knew it was there. Could be. Or maybe this thing goes on for a while. We'll say. We don't know. Wisconsin Democratic Party has a better ground game than the Georgia. Ooh, more hearts. Okay. Am I reading that right when it says the court candidates have no party affiliation? Could that be why? Yeah, it could be. But the question is, why is there such a disparity between the two court seats? Why is there a 19-point gap and a 2-point gap? If it's just about no party preference and incumbent versus non-incumbent, why would there be a stark gap? That's a giant gap. Just in Fulton County, the Liberal candidate got 67, and then the other seat they got 55 or 56. So 11-point gap, 11 points less, and then 44. So yeah, this is like a 22-point gap in Fulton County. I mean, maybe everybody's talking about it, but I haven't heard anything. Okay, we've got Idaho's Republican governor wins primary race. Okay, 8 takeaways from the primaries. Yeah, we covered all this. This is all repetitive. Here we go. Now this is gonna look at this. This is it right here. Georgia Democrats failed to educate voters about a court race. There were more votes cast in Georgia in the Democratic primary for governor than in the Republican one. And yet, two state Supreme Court candidates backed by Democrats, including former President Barack Obama and former Vice President Kamala Harris, were trailing incumbents appointed by Republican governors. One race had been called for the incumbent while the other was yet to be called. The difference suggests that Georgia Democrats did not have a turnout problem as much as they did have a voter education problem. The state Supreme Court races are officially nonpartisan, but unlike in Wisconsin and other states where justices and judicial candidates have become identified with a party, the partisan votes did not translate in Georgia. The result, Georgia's Supreme Court will remain firmly controlled by conservatives. 8 of the 9 justices were appointed by Republican governors. There you go, right there. That's a good spot to end on. Um, let's see. We'll wind it down with a few whatever here, whatever we've got at the end. Amazing stream. Why, thank you. Maybe people just like the name Warren. Maybe in Massachusetts. Yeah, that we just covered that right there. The Supreme Court. I guess Dems blew it. They had all the momentum, all the wind at their back, and they wiped out on the Supreme Court. It wasn't going to flip, but they could have made a lot of progress. Maybe they would have flipped in the next couple of years, 2 or 3, 4 years. But now they're going to have to take some more time to do it. So that could be a problem, especially if Keisha Lance Bottoms is the next governor of the Peach State. Could be, possibly. But we will cover that in a future video. We'll cover the recap and Almost everything is in here. So we're going to wind it down here. Your train is arriving in 3 minutes. Well, safe travels back to Virginia. Less people know, the better Republicans do, because look at Wisconsin, highly popularized. And Republicans, okay, yeah, they blew it. Now, on that note, I got to cut it here. So be sure to like, share, and subscribe. Have a great night. Join the channel if you want to support it. Thanks for a great stream. Be sure to check out the video for the recap tomorrow. Hope everybody has a great night. Again, thanks for watching. See you next time.